I'm not out to put anybody down. No one. I don't want to be drawn into so-and-so and so-and-so, and he's putting down so-and-so. No, I don't have time for that. And so I'm holding this up because I think it's kind of fun. I'm in danger of being ridiculed by an evil snowman.
Oh my God!
I mean, that hat, the hat is nowhere else except on Burl Ives. Facial fur. That's what I'm dealing with. It's like,
they're part of the Nephilim clown bloodline.
It's incredible. It's like, yeah. I mean, that's a nobody player.
Pardon my French, but you're an asshole.
People like myself,
Asshole.
we're quick to forgive. We're quick to embrace. We'll be like somebody says, "I'm sorry for it." You got me. Let's celebrate. That's how we are. Instantly forgive. This garbage of false glory has got to stop, and I'm tired of it. Let's stop being turned on each other. And let's stop looking for ways to accuse each other of turning on each other. And let's start lifting each other. And we've got this. Those 14 other screenplays going on 15 that I have is for the new world order, new world that is our people.
Yeah.
So I am presenting my honorary Queen of the World for your courage,
thank you,
brilliance, beauty, compassion, divine feminine, and never say no.
Thank you, baby.
There you are.
Remember when I was running for president as a socialist, and I'd go out there and I'd say socialism is the only thing that can save America.
Yeah, if I'm a fraud, bring it on. Let's do it. Come on, I'll be easy to debunk if I'm a fraud.
For me and the Lord, we got an understanding.
We're on a mission from God.
Welcome, everyone, to the Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissil, and today, let's talk about it. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Hope you had a good past month. I hope you're all doing well. So, I ran the show for 30 minutes and YouTube was not even live. That rarely happens here. I'm glad that I checked the stream before I was on for too long. I was on Rumble, but YouTube didn't kick in for some reason. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the only channel on the internet that approaches this conversation. I have many of you that support me, and I have many haters as well. I was gonna show, I actually did, but I will show this again, because we had some comments come in on the channel. You know, nothing supportive, in a sense. It's more trying to discourage me. You know, if you have something to say, go make your own channel. And if you don't like what I'm saying here, don't watch. It's as easy as that. And that goes for people on Facebook too. You guys you guys are funny. I could post all my deep dives, they'll never interact with that. But the moment I say something about current politics, they have to chime in to correct me. It's like, go get fucked, man. And of course, it's the one Jewish guy that has to say something to me. I didn't even say anything about Judaism or Israel. It's ridiculous. You know, I talked about how I made a post on Facebook saying that I noticed that these Muslims that move here to Illinois, when you're walking around stores like next to them, they pretend that you don't exist, and they expect you to pretend that they don't exist. They'll get in your pathway, they'll make you wait for them. They'll never look at you. They're not assimilating to America. Plain and simple. I don't care what religious affiliation that you choose to be behind, but I'm a believer in Jesus Christ. I was raised Catholic, and after a certain point, you have to start standing up for your beliefs. I'm getting notifications about the ads that are playing, so let me make sure that they're not too heavy for everyone today. So I would like for everyone to have a enjoyable experience here. You know what? For the rest of the stream, we're not going to have any ads. We'll put them on the re-upload. Alright, let's get to it here. Let's see the demoralizing comments that people try to leave me. Just so you guys understand what I'm dealing with here. Okay. Now, some of you may ask, like, Steve, why are you even giving these people attention? They're just looking to make you upset and harvest loosh off of you. It's like, I gotta call these people up. Like, they take the time to comment. Like, I'm gonna show what they're saying. All right. So first one on the bottom here, we'll read both of them. Illuminator5940 says, I have never seen a fraud that has less coverage than Tom Althouse. It's pretty neutral, right? And we've explained why that is. We've shown the emails I've received about threatening to take my videos down or I'll be brought to court by people who they don't get talked about on any of the interviews. They wanted to buy my interviews and then have me pull them off the internet. Now, if I was approached, imagine all the other ex-hosts of Tom's that were also approached. And then you could start to paint the picture of why there's not that many people talking against Tom here. Now, the second one here I thought was pretty funny because it's all about discouragement and just negative in general. They said, this is the same guy too. The effort you put into trying to display someone as a liar is remarkable. Shows you have no positive direction in your life. Oh, is that so? Wow. Yeah, I'm the guy that volunteered at my local museum for 5 years and then went to go help people run for office at the library, and then the opposition is trying to say we're destroying the library. I personally saw stuff at the museum that the library was throwing out. The museum saved it. There were people at the museum at the time that wanted to throw away that stuff after it got donated. I said keep it. But I'm the one trying to destroy the library, right? According to the opposition. That's why I don't like being involved in politics here. It's just going to be... I'm going to be painted an extremist because I'm trying to audit where tax dollars are going. while 80 employees are sitting on their ass at home on COVID regulations. You don't need 80 employees to run a fucking library. And the ones that are there, they're on their phones while you're there. Growing up, working 9-to-5 jobs, that was a write-up or termination if you ever had your cell phone out. Now I see it everywhere all the time. It distracts from productivity, doesn't it? So why is everyone allowed to have their phones out on their shifts? Including people that work at the library. But you see, I speak up for what I believe in, and then you have these people here that just dogpile trying to tear me down here. I'm sorry that it's going against what everything you ever thought of or what you believe in. If you believe that Tom's telling the truth, go interview him yourself. Eventually he'll drop you. Just like everyone else. So I thought that was pretty funny. And I'm not going to spend time on here justifying how I have a positive direction in my life. You know, I've done many things in my life. I'm a videographer, but like, I do many other things now as an entrepreneur just to keep things moving here. It's funny though. This also applies to stuff on Facebook. Like, I made a post on Facebook and people I never talked to for years decide to come into the comments and be like, well, actually. It's like, go get lost. I did 40 episodes of a deep dive for Coral Castle. I'm like on 37 episodes for Bermuda Triangle. I'm on number 22 today for Let's Talk About It. I have 23 shows about interviewing Althouse. The 23rd one he dipped out on and had his crash out. Like, I have over 50 hours of interviews with Tom. I flew to his house to go plan on how we're going to actually make his film, and then he decides, oh no, we're not going to do that anymore. I give people the benefit of the doubt. And then they turn around, they pull a 180 and yeah, go get fucked, Steve. Go do whatever. And what, because I'm not sharing my views on current politics, and I must have no positive direction in my life, right? But the moment I speak up about anything that's in the current mainstream media, oh no. Well, actually, everybody becomes an expert once it comes to world politics, right? So all you coming out of the woodwork, that you're like friends on my Facebook page, like never like anything, never comment on anything, and then all of a sudden I mentioned an observation I had at Walmart the other night, where that's all I see are headscarves on people. Like, come on, man. Like, these people don't acknowledge your existence. They walk in front of you and stop. They do the same thing with driving. I almost got hit last night. Someone was in the left lane and they were going to merge into me, and I was right next to them. They had the little light on the side view mirror showing that there's a vehicle next to them. That didn't matter. And in Niles here, there's a lot of Muslims and Indians just everywhere, and that's just how it is now. It used to be Polish, German, Greek, Italian, English. Very European ethnicity centric in Niles. But, I mean, it's like this everywhere now. Even Massachusetts, when I went to the East Coast in the fall. That's all I saw were Muslims. What am I to do, though? I got people coming in my comments on Facebook trying to justify the Iran war. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck. Go on and think what you want to think. There's a lot more going on in the world, and a lot of this stuff we're seeing has already played out. So all of you are arguing amongst yourselves over nothing. You're destroying friendships over nothing. Go out and enjoy yourself. But anytime someone has an opinion that goes against what the mainstream is saying, oh, gotta correct them. But yeah, we got this guy here that did that. And we had Impaler Vlad Tepes here. And we already disproved this guy. I think I showed this on the last stream. But they made a valid point. They're like, yeah, when did you turn on him and why exactly? You seemed to believe him in the many hours you talked to him. There's over 50 hours of recorded interviews between you and him. Yeah, that's true. And I replied and said he turned on me in October 2024. Check out part 23. I go over what happened in real time. He asked me to, and I should have said to do. I said to doing a lot of work, and then pulled the rug out when I started pointing out handlers. That's when Tom went on to other shows later on and said that I was trying to take all his friends away. Well, if you think that you're... the handlers get close to you to make you think that they're your friends, right? So I just point that out, and he thinks that I'm trying to be a handler and taking all his friends away. Oh, no. That's not what's going on here. I tried to ask him about Carmen Studer, but he doesn't want to talk about it. Asked him about what happened with Emma. That turned into a whole gray area monarch thing, and the, what's that other dude's name? But you get the idea. He severs ties with hosts, and then he makes up these false stories about why he stopped talking with them. And he compared me to his sister, who he said is like the most evil person in the world. So, so he's like a big baby in a sense with that. Alright, so enough of that. We're going to be watching an interview today from the middle of March. So let me get that queued up. But I thank you all for being here. Please make sure to hit the like button below. And yeah, that explains. I did for a half hour. I did this stream for a half hour, and then I went back to check to see if the stream was going okay on YouTube, and it wasn't even live. So I had to restart, and this is what you're seeing now is the restart. But we didn't get too far. We didn't even get 5 minutes into the show that we were going to look at today, which is this one, Psionic League, who has 6,920 something odd subscribers. They have 446 views from a live from March 17th. Okay, so I'll be honest here, that's pretty decent. There's 46 likes on it. If we scroll down here, there's 11 comments. All pretty much the same thing. People just believing at face value what he's talking about here. And I'm not going to read these out for all. You guys can go look at it later if you want. But I'll try to make it fit on the screen here. I'll just give you a quick look. You guys can come back and pause it and look at it, or go to the site. So YouTube, this is on the YouTube channel Psionic League. And we're not going to watch it from the actual YouTube page today. We're going to watch it from a downloaded copy of it. And hey, John, I see you there. Good to have you here. And again, this was recommended. I think, I don't know, one of my users has 2 different names. But Jason is the one that sent it to me. So thank you for the heads up on this interview that Tom did. But we're very laser focused here with this show. That's why we go on for so long about Tom. Well, it's very focused just on this topic. And you guys want to see this stuff, so I'm gonna keep going. And you see, people want to discredit me by trying to pry into my private life, and it's not necessary, is it? They want to find out, what is he doing for work? What is he doing with this and that? Why isn't he actually making film? Like, you already know, the Hollywood system's compromised. I'm basically locked out of it at this point. And for me to... Yeah, imagine a homegrown American trying to ask for a loan to get a building to operate a business out of. It's a fairy tale. Meanwhile, you have people coming here for the first time. They were born out of this country. They come here, and within 3 years, they have multiple businesses open and running because of federal grants, business loans granted to non-citizens. That's what's happening right now. Otherwise, I'd be having a thriving A-list business pulling in 6 to 7 figures. And I'll get there eventually. But it's a hard uphill battle, especially when you're not obligated to kiss the ass of any bosses in a very subprime retail job. Like, you think I want to go back to retail? I've been asked when I was working nearly 15 years ago at like fast food places. This is me just out of college. They're like, "What are you doing here?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? I should be making my movies." But now this is the reality of it. I have to build a YouTube channel out, get it monetized, which I have. Got over 2,000 subscribers here. Thank you, all of you. I just made this stream free of ads, so none of you are getting bombarded with all that crap. So I want you guys here. I don't want you to go away, obviously. And at the same time, if there's going to be negative Nancy's here in the chat and all you're going to do is chime in and say something negative, you have no place being here. Add constructive criticism to what I'm doing. Don't just come on here with your random account with like 5 subscribers and tell me that like I have no positive direction in my life. I am woman free. I'm not married, so that's already a bullet dodged. But that's going to be controversial for everybody watching that has something negative to say anyway. Oh, he's an insult. No, I'm a voluntary celibate. I don't know who has the jab and who doesn't. You know, like 2020 put life on hard mode, and then 2021 you got people that it's bad enough that people lie. But then when you want to get back into the dating scene, you don't know who's jabbed and who's not. They'll lie about getting that just so they can get with you. It's all a game to them. That's why I'm not promiscuous. That's why I don't have any STDs. You know, it goes a long way. And I attribute all that to my belief in Jesus Christ. Alcohol free too. This is all water I'm drinking. Haven't had alcohol in over 3 years. And I have no plan on having it again. So, we're going to watch this interview from, what was it, March 17th? Let's take a look at the date again real quick. Yeah, it was March 17th. So, again, for the new viewers here, Let's Talk About It has been framed around calling out Tom Althouse for the liar that he is, for the fraudster that he is, for the grifter that he is. He went on Roseanne and said, "Oh, I'm actually Jewish." But here you'll see in this interview from a little less than a month ago that he claims that he's Christian. So what is he? If he's on Roseanne saying he's Jewish, but he's on this guy's show saying that he's Christian, then there's a discrepancy there, isn't there? One would almost say that he's lying for one thing or the other, because you can't just be a Judeo-Christian. It doesn't work like that. If you're Jewish, you deny Jesus Christ. If you're Christian, you accept Jesus Christ. Simple as that. Me, I am outside of the religious sphere. I don't say I'm Catholic or Christian. I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. And I have the power of Jesus Christ on my side. I have the protection of Jesus Christ on my side. I'm not suicidal. I will be saying controversial things on here. People will not like what I have to say. People have told me multiple times in the past to shut up. In one form or another, directly and indirectly. And I'm here to tell you, don't let those people bring you down. Because I'm sure not. Now, as for the rest of this YouTube channel, but right before, we're going to get into this shortly. But the rest of this YouTube channel, I have several other shows I'm going to be starting to run on a weekly basis. And it's either going to get traction or it's not. I'm going to be developing side channels to put that content exclusively there without everything else that's on Yissilmissil. I need to try to branch out because this platform is really a toss-up. It doesn't... I don't know from one day to the next whether I'm going to get views or not. And really, the goal of all of this is to get the content out there, to share my thoughts and opinions on things, to critique things. And before 4 years ago, I wasn't showing my face doing any of this stuff. Because my bread and butter is video editing. So I would put my video edits up on my YouTube channel. I would go and take clips from board meetings across the country and post them up on this channel. I haven't done that in quite a long time. Except for the time, back at the end of February when I actually spoke at Village Hall in my village here. Telling people to not vote for the 40-year term limits, the doubling of the term limits. And it didn't pass, thankfully, in our primaries. People voted no. Majority. So I'm glad that people listened to me. Meanwhile, the mayor, on video at the village hall, is saying 40 years in office is ridiculous, but then he goes and sends text messages and flyers out saying about how he supports term limits and to vote yes on this referendum. The very one that he said is ridiculous. And this is the same guy that said that I was trying to destroy the library a few years ago. When I have worked 5 years at the museum here, where the library was throwing things out and the museum was saving them. And by the time I was volunteering my time at the museum, the people there at the museum wanted to throw some of the library stuff out, and I told them not to. So they have no place to come in and say that, oh, I was trying to destroy the library. That's quite a stretch from me just simply wanting to audit where all the tax dollars are going. But you know, in Illinois, if you try to do that, all of a sudden they start mentioning World War II for some reason, because they can't get it out of their head. They can't just live in the present and be like, well, this guy's unhappy with this stuff. We have a bloated budget, and instead of them cutting the fat or like exercising the budget to like make it, you know, look at the budget like a person. You're overweight. You have too much fat on you. You're unhealthy. Well, what's the best way to lose weight? The government's answer? Cut off your arm. You'll lose weight that way. And that'll be bad because you'll lose your arm. That person over there on the other side is saying cut your arm off. No, they're not. They're saying to trim the fat. Control the spending habits. Control your eating. And then the weight will come off. But that's the way they frame all of this stuff out here. You say you want to save the taxpayers money, and then they turn around and say, oh, they're going to be cutting entire services out. No more free bus. Well, now there's no free bus, and we have higher taxes than ever. And I had nothing to do with it. So, John asked me, did you feel shadow banned before the Althouse interviews? I'm going to say no. Because I have a video from public comments about, there was this doctor that talked about the jabs, got over 100,000 views on this channel. It's still up. So why did that get 100,000 views, but then I'm struggling now day in and day out to even get 100 views on any particular video if it's not a reel? Regular video uploads, long format, 100,000 views. That's what this channel used to get prior to me interviewing Althouse. So I knew when I got into this that I was sacrificing a lot of reach. I was sacrificing audience by going against Hollywood and the narrative they all put together. And now that I'm calling Tom out, it's like even less. So I wouldn't be so far to say as Tom is he's some sort of psyop. Even if he's the only one doing the psyop, he's a psyop. John says, I always suspected that Tom constantly going off about Musk could be the cause. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at exactly what he was saying in those first few interviews. That first interview has thousands of views. Like, I want to say like 7,000 views. So my little channel here has 7,000 views on that first interview. But then people that have 3 times as many subscribers as me doing interviews with him now, they're getting less than 500 views. And I think I hit that first 1,000 pretty quickly. You know, I'd actually like to take a look at that. And then we'll get into this because this is going to be quite a long show. But we're going to watch it at 1.5 speed. All right. Yeah. Let's pull up the Althouse interviews real quick. And you see, the first ones I didn't even do live. Part 1. Alright, let me put this so that my webcam doesn't get covered here. Alright. So we got part 1 on the bottom here. May 20th, 2022. Look at that. 7,799 views, 94 comments, 300 likes. 12 dislikes. That's it. And this is me promoting Tom Althouse. Then we have part 2, which is at 1,600, not as impressive. And look at that, 1 view more for part 3. So that's when the shadow banning started. Because otherwise, I should have even more for the sequential ones, right? You could see the drop off here. 4, 5, 6, 7. They pushed me to under 1,000 views for all of these. They let one slip through at 1,030 for part 8. This is a clip that TikTok banned. It got 168 views. Part 18, 620. Another banned clip, 155. But this original number down here, it should have been exponential going forward. Like, when do you ever see something where the viewership just drops off, unless it's something like that new Star Wars series, or even Star Trek? Just less people are interested as time goes on. You would think the second interview would have even more, though. Like 10,000, 12,000, 14,000, right? And then here is my most... So I was wrong. It wasn't 100,000 views. It's 200,000. 196,688 views, 940 comments, 5,401 likes with 162 dislikes. That's a really good ratio. 97.1% of people liked this video compared to disliking it. And this was from August 9th of 2021. And the first interview with Althouse was May of 22. So this one is my most successful video of the entire channel. This is Mount Vernon, Indiana School Board meeting, August 6th, 2021. All public comments, including Dr. Dan Stock, MD. And monetization is limited. You see, they tried to hit me with this stuff, that like, oh, it's controversial. They tried to pull this video down in 23, 24, and I challenged it by saying that this video is up on the school board YouTube channel. So if you're going to take this one down, you have to take the school board ones down too. Or the school board's video down too. So they didn't do that, and they dropped challenging this. And so it remains. But you can see 196,000 views. And then you come back here to my weekly shows that I do. These are all, there's some upcoming ones here. But look at this. These are live streams. 14 views, 17 views, 29 views, 12. 155 for the last Let's Talk About It on March 1st. but only 155. 24, 22, 100, 96, 53, 39, 102, 20, 27, 48, 48, 139 for another Let's Talk About It. So, everything else that I do, Bermuda Triangle, Coral Castle, I got 30 plus shows a piece on that. And they're all sub 100 views. It's not me whining about anything. You come here to the regular uploads and it's even worse. That other video that got 200,000 views, 196,000 views, I uploaded it the same way all these other videos on the screen now have been uploaded. And look at the view counts. 14, 12, 12, 8, 7, 12, 17, 15, 86. That's for my public comment for the Village and Isles, for the term limits thing that I helped to not pass. And I don't have monetization on that one either. Where is it? Right here. Yeah, the term limits one. But you see this, even... We'll go up to the top here. 2 days ago, I re-uploaded my show from Tuesday. 7 views. So, I'm not sure what to tell all you guys. I seem to be shadow banned. Maybe it could have been whatever Tom was talking about with Musk. Who knows? It's beyond me. John says those numbers don't even seem possible. Well, they are, yeah. And then I got these assholes on here going and trying to say, well, I showed you guys before. So with all those numbers in mind, right? Then you got new people coming on here that see these numbers the way they are. And they're going, the effort you put into trying to display someone as a liar is remarkable. Shows you have no positive direction in your life. Get fucked, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I have all the material here for you to dig into and see for yourself what's what. And then for the first comment they said, I have never seen a fraud that has less coverage than Tom Althouse. Oh, yeah? And I've already explained why nobody else is covering this, because, like me, they were probably also emailed, threatened to be taken to court if they don't let them buy my videos or the other channels, the other co-hosts. That's why a lot of them are probably taken down. Because they were threatened with a fake, false lawsuit by a nobody. And I say a nobody because I don't know who these people are. They're like, we'd like to buy your Tom Althouse interviews, please. We'd like to use them in our documentary. That we'd also like to have you aboard and we'll pay you. No, I can't be bought here. So with all that being said, I have all of my videos being suppressed. Some of them are single-digit views on a 2,000 sub channel. And then these guys are like, oh, it looks like you're just wasting your time, right? That seems to be what they're trying to say here. But we continue on. We're not going to let these assholes dictate what we do here. All right, so we're going to be starting this now. This is the September 17th, or the March 17th, 2026 interview that Tom did. And we have this muted for the intro because it's all music. I don't want to get hit with anything. Okay. Went a little too far. But we're going to get started here. So in this, we're going to hear Tom say that he's a Christian. But we've already seen on previous episodes of Let's Talk About It that Tom has said he's Jewish on Roseanne Barr's show. He's just ass-kissing, isn't he? What is he? He's either Jewish or he's Christian. He doesn't have to be either, but these are the things he's claiming.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Sean Bond, founder of Sonic League. Welcome to the show. We have a wonderful guest on today, Tom Althouse. Is that right?
You're right. You actually got it right.
Cool. And it's going to be an interesting subject. Not many people even touch upon this, so this will be fun. We had some conversations when we first met, full disclosure, and we were waiting to go deep into this, so it'll be very enlightening, powerful.
Aha. So Tom met this guy at the UFO Disclosure Conference. And that's all that he's doing. He's going there trying to find new people to sucker that don't know his story. All this guy had to do was search in YouTube for Tom Althouse, and it would populate my content for him to check out. But as you can see, the first interview I did with Tom is at nearly 8,000 views, and the rest of them are subsequently 1,000 and then sub 1,000 going forward. And as of today, I'm lucky if I break 100 views on any particular video. This series, Let's Talk About It, being one of the only things that gets over 100 views on the channel today, as of today. I can do 2-3 hour live streams on deep dives covering Coral Castle and Bermuda Triangle like I have for the past year. And those barely hit 100 views each time. As you could see what I was showing before, some of them are barely hitting 20 views. And John, again, in the comments, I read this before, he said those numbers don't even seem possible. But that's what YouTube is showing me. I've been doing 3 shows a week for a long time. I was actually doing 4 shows a week. I was doing the Chicago film industry deep dive that I think ended up being 10 shows. Maybe a little more, I forget. But that's how it is. I post reels on Instagram that are clips from this show. I'm still gaining followers on Instagram. So people are wanting to check this stuff out. But it sure seems like I'm very blacklisted. And then people trying to say that, like, oh, maybe I should find direction. Like, who the fuck is that guy to tell me I have no direction in my life? Get out of here.
Tom, can you tell people a little about yourself and how did you get into this line of work and subjects?
Basically, I feel like I was born into it. I come from a family that's into theater. A number of my relatives on both sides, my mom and dad's side, were opera singers at the Met. So the arts and entertainment is something that's in my world. I was brought up in it. In fact, my dad looks like Gene Hackman. My mom looked like the good lady from Gone with the Wind. But the thing is that I wanted to find a way to create art and history mixed together that is accurate and also create innovative things, lift the ceiling on what's possible creative-wise. But I am basically an award-winning writer, performer, that my whole life has been spent doing this kind of thing.
Award-winning writer and performer. That's great. Show the awards. Show the content that you wrote. It's very simple. He's not going to do that because it's mostly theater work. And he wants to project this idea that, like, he was involved in Hollywood at some point and then they stole all of his stuff.
Creating and trying to make it historically accurate pieces I do, and also true, lift the ceiling what's possible on all variants of art, sculpting, painting, film, screenplay writing, theater plays. Got one greenlighted for off-Broadway called The Domestics. So I've done my work, but the catch-up part of it is trying to reclaim work that was appropriated by the studios when they had me submit it in full. That's been the real challenge because the tech that went with it is a concern to me being used in the wrong hands, and that's what brings us today to our topic.
And the court declared, as we've read on this show in previous episodes, the judge declared that his claims for sci-fi tech and the Neuralink and whatever else he thinks that he came up with, they are generic sci-fi tropes that have been used for decades before this guy came along.
The Matrix.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about
Gonna go back 10 seconds.
The Matrix.
Yeah. That one green light for off Broadway called The Domestics. So I've done my work, but the catch-up part of it is trying to reclaim work that was appropriated by the studios when they had me submit it in full. That's been the real challenge, because the tech that went with it is of concern to me being used in the wrong hands, and that's what brings us today to our topic.
The Matrix.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about The Matrix and how writing that and the process and everything going on.
Tell me about The Matrix and how writing that and the process and how all that went on. Tom didn't write The Matrix. I have to continually say this because that's the perception that Tom is pushing out there. That's the thing that he's having the UFO conferences publish on their flyers, that he is the original creator of The Matrix. Sometimes they don't even put original. They just say creator of The Matrix. Just like Sophia Stewart. Bunch of fraudsters here.
Your experience.
Well, the interesting thing is, at the point that I first was being hit with the idea, it came with me, basically, if you will, young man, God-fearing Christian boy, asking God, if you will, kind of like David with his hands in the Holy of Holies on the ark, saying, is there a way we can prove ourselves? Is there a way as we are children of God that we can actually connect with you, see your face, prove ourselves, like a Job story, basically, instead of just heading down a road where Revelation sounded so stark in Sunday school, like a sealed deal, death ahead. I thought, could we prove ourselves, that we have a different timeline where, as Christians at that point, for me being a Christian, would the
Christians at that point. So what, did he switch over to the Judeo religion? He says so on Roseanne Barr that he's Jewish. But he's saying here that he was Christian. So when did that flip happen, is my question. Or is he just kowtowing? Is he just saying what he thinks will be accepted in front of any particular person? Like putty. Just malleable, changes his character and personality based on who he's talking to, right?
there be something that would be available if we did pass God's test, if you would? That's really the genesis, no pun intended, of the Matrix story. That question, that boldness. And out of that came this idea that a cup would be given that would not be taken away. And so what I didn't understand was there'd be a process involved before I even put pen to paper, where I'd have to go through a channeling, grooming kind of thing, where I would then be prepared to faithfully render what had not been seen before. And so something that if I'd seen it ahead of time, I don't know if I would have taken that cup, because basically the words came to me. I looked for someone and found no one. And my response, Sean, was a gut response of, I'll do it. That's what's so amazing when you look at Fury, when the tank guys are saying, send me, Lord, send me. I'm like, I said, send me, without realizing what the task was, and
you know why Tom probably chose this guy to host him? He shares a name with his deceased son. Now, again, I had mentioned, so I was going to mention this at the beginning of the show, and then I realized YouTube wasn't streaming live. So Rumble probably heard this. But I want to mention here that I know of at least 2 different people currently that I've talked to, like with Tom and then another friend of mine that I actually saw on the same trip. Tom claims he has 2 deceased sons that were taken from him by the government, right? That elite operatives went and took him out to threaten him to not go after Warner Brothers, right? Okay. We can respect that. But why is Tom not displaying any photographs of his 2 sons anywhere in his house? You'd think he'd have a little family nook where he'd have a bunch, a collage of pictures and everything. He's the age where you would have that type of thing still, where you'd have physical photographs on the wall. There's none in his house. When I visited, I was in person. I saw the walls myself. There's nothing commemorating his deceased sons. On the contrary, when I left Tom's, I went to go visit another friend of mine who just so happened, I'm not going to mention her name, but she lost her daughter. When I was visiting her, She didn't hesitate at all to show me her family photo album and point out, this is my daughter, this is us together here, this is us doing this here. Like going back on memories and just reminiscing on the good times. Tom didn't do any of that with me, and I was with him for 2 weeks. And on the contrary, with the other friend that I visited for a day, pulls out the photo album and is like, oh, here, like, look, this is me when I was younger. And then this is me getting married. This is me with all these different people. This is my friend so-and-so. This is my daughter. This is the last time that we were together doing this stuff. Reminiscing on the good stuff. That's the difference between Tom and everyone else. Tom is not reminiscing on the good times with his 2 deceased sons, which we are at the impression here that he was estranged from them. And that he doesn't know exactly what happened to them. It's tragic. Yeah. Gray Area Monarch is, of course, these people will come on here on this channel and bash me, saying I'm disgusting for even talking about this stuff. But when you have more than one person that has lost their children, and they behave very differently, you have to start asking questions about this stuff. But I believe Tom asked this guy to host him because he shares his name with one of his sons. Sean. Sean. Oh, yeah, it's the same name as my son. Okay. That's all great. But does this guy know about what Tom did to me? What Tom did to Emma? Whatever happened with Carmen Studer? Whatever happened to Aquarius Rising Africa with Tom? Like, they just stopped interviewing him. What happened? No follow-up. And I'm asking these questions and I get no answer to it. So it is what it is. At least that first interview that I did with Tom is up at almost 8,000 views. And in turn, that helped get a lot of traction with being in the top search results for the name Tom Althouse. And like, you type in Tom Althouse interview, or even just Tom Althouse, and all of my content pops up. It doesn't matter the view count anymore, because like, YouTube's killing it. Literally killing. They're trying to kill this channel. I'll continue doing lives, but I have to make brand new channels to get off of this blacklist thing. It's crazy. Like, I'll run simultaneous channels. I'll keep this one going. I have Odyssey, Rumble, BitChute, Instagram, Facebook from time to time. I have my Instagram linked up to my Facebook, so I have my reels going out there. No interaction. Get a few hundred views and 1 like. Isn't that crazy? We got some comments here. Missing Time says, I tried putting it in the live chat during the original broadcast. What did you try putting in the live chat, Missing Time? Help me clarify what you're talking about. And then John says, anyone who is bashing you is not paying attention to your content. Thank you, John. Yeah, you see, we also have to keep in mind that there's a whole generation after me that is younger than me who has a much smaller attention span. So they cannot sit here for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. They get antsy. They have to look at their phone. They have to do this. They have to do that while they're doing... Instead of just sitting here and enjoying one stream, they have to watch 5 or 6 streams at once. Are you going to retain any of that information watching 5 or 6 streams at once? You're not. Sorry to break it to you. That's why I say, like, I'm appreciative of all you that are here, week in, week out, liking, commenting, commenting in the live chat here. Like, that's the only thing keeping this going at this point. You see the numbers of this channel now. This wasn't what it was before. oh, maybe your material's crap, Steve. No, it's not. I know it's not. So YouTube wants me to think otherwise. And then I have these smartasses once in a while coming on here saying that, oh, maybe you should rethink what you're doing. Like, I've reformatted this channel multiple times. This started off as I was doing a fake reality show in high school. That's how this channel started. And then by college, I got locked out of this channel for almost 5 years. YouTube and Google would not let me get back in, no matter how much proof I showed that it was me. They would not let me back in. Because the security questions I had forgotten. I'd made it so difficult for me to answer that, like, no amount of showing my photo ID, showing everything, like, this is me, this is my channel. They didn't unlock it until, like, 2012, 2013. Missing Time says, he was talking about how he didn't have any pictures. So Missing Time says how he didn't have pictures. So Tom Althouse. Okay. Well, that's good to know that you were here during the initial broadcast here before I had to restart. But thank you. Yeah, he has no pictures in his house of his 2 deceased sons. And that should speak volumes. Like, he says it's always on his mind. Like he was talking to himself while cooking food. While I'm standing there. So, alright, let's continue on with this. But I like having this format where I'm free flow. Like I said, I wasn't doing live streams like this several years ago. It was only until I started interviewing Tom, and that was like posting the video after the fact. I'd record the interview through Zoom, and then I'd bring it up in my editor. I'd like tighten it up a little bit, and then I'd post it on the channel as an official upload. And that first video is at almost 8,000 views now, but the rest of them, 1,000, 900, 700, 700, 1,000, 700, 500, 400, 300, 500, 700. What happened to that? Usually, as you create more content, you should be building your audience and getting more and more views. But clearly, that's not happening here. And I don't have the answer to that, but I carry on. I try different things. I move things around. I change the tags, change the titles. There's not much else I can do.
Now I'm on the other end of it, which is the promise of like the end of the Job story. So for me, it's a wash of philosophy, alien tech. Where do we come from? It's almost like asking the universal question, why are we here? And having a flood response back from entities that, you didn't even know were there. So that's why Disney called me the library. So besides winning awards in my work, I feel like I'm flushed with all this information, and I had to what I called whisper through art. So I whispered through art. When I pitched it to Bonaventura up in Long Island at Lenny Coco's home, who was best friends with Bonaventura, he's one of the top 50 Billboard hits. Lorenzo D. Bonaventura, Warner Brothers, still claims he shepherded and discovered the Matrix story. Well, when I was there, he said it was revolutionary. We're making this. He was blown away. He thought everything had been done under the sun, but the story, I think people would agree.
And this is all Tom's perspective here, by the way. If you take into account what he was doing before, there was an episode that he was on, what was it? Aquarius Rising Africa, where they were supposed to be like squashing this thing once and for all and helping Tom move on with his life so that he's not doing this anymore. He even said in his deposition that he walked out on, that he recorded illegally, and he gave me the audio of. He walked out of his own deposition, but he was even saying there that he'd like to settle for less than $100,000. He's talking about he's worth billions. Why isn't he going for it? He wanted to settle for less than $100,000. I want to say it was $60,000, so that he can move on with his life, so he can cover the court costs and just move on with his life. That clearly is not what he ended up doing. This is less than a month old. He's still at it. Still going over the same basic talking points. But when he was on Aquarius Rising Africa, the one that I was talking about earlier, that show, he played some phone conversation that he had recorded. He must have been in the room with a few other people, and he had this on speakerphone. And he had Bonaventura also on the phone in that conversation. And he got Bonaventura to say, yeah, I remember beating Tom. And then Tom, like, breaks out in hysterics and starts crying. It's like, oh my God. Yes, we finally got it. Oh. But he's still here doing this. So I guess it wasn't that big of a deal then. The thing that he thought was the linchpin to bury everything, to take down Warner Brothers and get his rights and all that stuff, didn't amount to anything, did it? Because he's still here going over the same basic talking points.
It was unique. So unique that nobody really understood it. And even the Wachowskis and Joel Silver, who claims he's the producer of it, didn't understand it. So that's what turned into this long saga outside the story, where they actually said they could be my own story.
And with the creative process, what some of the hidden meaning in it? Like, are you? Because some people say a bunch of different things. It's interesting how much of a tug of war over the reality of the Matrix and the story in the film there is. If you want to clarify anything on that, feel free.
We could do 15 shows doing that. I'm telling you. Let me take a simple...
Don't do it, Sean. By all means, do not do 15 shows with Tom Althouse. I did 22 and tried to do a 23rd, and this fucker is like, no more, and like completely pulled the rug out from me. He assigned me. He said, "You're gonna help me make the documentary, Steve." And then he's like, "Oh well, there's actually like 3 or 4 documentaries going on all at once." Then I show up to his house, and he's like, "I don't want to do the documentary anymore. I want to write a book." I'm like, damn, okay, well, that's a 180, but let's try for it. I'm a filmmaker. I'm not a writer to make a book or anything, but let's try to put together something. By the end of the 2 weeks I was there, 4 books is what he wanted. He's like, no, one's not enough. We need to split it into 4. And then he goes on John B. Wells' show, which I gave him John B. Wells' personal cell phone number. I connected him to John B. Wells in the Caravan of Midnight. He went on twice. He went on once while I was there in Texas in April of 24. And then the following month, he went on again, I believe. And that was it. And John was even like, this is very wild. I don't know what to believe. But this is sure is an interesting story, Tom. Like, what? So, like, after that first show with John B. Wells, Tom got called by John B. Wells after the show. So after Caravan of Midnight went off the air, John B. Wells called him back up from his cell phone number that, like, I gave to Tom to call. And they're talking about helping Tom put the documentary together and fund the making of the Immortals. Yeah, we'll get a GoFundMe or something going. I'll promote it on Caravan of Midnight, Tom. But Tom never followed up. Tom dropped all the stuff with the books once I left his house. Like, once I got back home, months went by, never talked about it again. Bunch of wasted time. Here, I dedicated my time to helping this dude. But if you go back and watch everything, you'll see how this whole story progressed. And how I became more opinionated once I realized this guy was dodging questions. Tom was dodging questions from me. By the second interview, he was dodging questions. I'd ask him about one thing, he'd turn it into something else about 20 different people. Well, it's not what I asked you, Tom. But anyways, here we are. April of 26. So 2 years later. just about. I think I got out there on the 17th or 18th of April, 2024. I flew out there with my own money. I had to check in my luggage and everything that I didn't expect. I had to pay $80 to check in an extra bag, which I didn't have to do the year prior when I went to Florida. So there's that. But let's carry on.
Approach right now to try with visuals. Make it a little easier for us. I'm going to set our settings back to non-blur because I want to hold something up for y'all, even with a messy room. So think of a child having been abused and scars and not allowed to create. You're shut down. Well, that could be a catalyst for creating. So here's one of the catalysts of the Matrix. Believe it or not, Harold and the Purple Crown. Now, at first you're thinking, people may think, this is madness. But Harold and the Purple Crown is about a young character, which a young boy who was abused, not allowed to create, like artwork was torn up on the doorstep of my home, I was allowed to create, sees this book about a character who creates another world, right? And this guy was actually investigated by the FBI.
So I'll say this much right now. I do believe that Tom had a traumatic childhood that is carrying on into today with all this. The claims that Tom is making against these big Hollywood honchos are outrageous claims that they have been using his single script for the past 2 decades or more. 3 decades, if you really want to throw it in. He's been claiming since 92 they've been using it, right? Because that's the furthest back that he has a copy of his script. He claims the Mel Gibson movie Forever Young used the Immortals. He claims Demolition Man used the Immortals. He went to court with Warner Brothers over Demolition Man, not The Matrix, in 2000, 2001, I believe. You can go back and verify that for yourself. It was after the first Matrix film came out. Tom went to the movie theater and watched The Matrix. He had to walk out, not because he saw matchups, but because he thought it was too violent. And in the deposition, the arguing lawyer asked him, well, why are you making posts about Gladiator, how great of a movie that is? It's a pretty bloody and violent movie, right? And Tom's like, no, it's different. It's an encouraging film about sacrificing everything. But he thought The Matrix was too violent, and he had to walk out of that at the movie theater. He watched the movie. He said he didn't see any significant matchups to his material during that time. It wasn't until mid-2000s, late 2000s, that the thought occurred to him, oh, the Wachowskis must have stolen my work based on their 3 Matrix films. This is like 4 or 5 years after Revolutions came out. So, like, the goalposts are always moving with this asshole.
Charlie Johnson. So what you have is he gets this book, and that inspired me as a young child. And I'll give you something fun. Silver pen, which is the architect's pen in The Matrix, is actually Neo's pen.
No. By the way, he had a silver pen that he said was the silver pen, right? When I visited him in April 2024, he took the pen out. He had it in a little black case. He showed me it. I'm like, wow, this is cool. And I'm like, which one is this? And he told me it was from a thrift store around the time of the end of his first, or I guess technically second lawsuit with Warner Brothers. 2013, 2014, he found the silver pen at a thrift store. And said, that's like the most exact one compared to the original that I used to have. He claims that the silver pen was an idea stolen from him. Has nothing to do with Tom.
I purposely put silver pen in the original work, which is copyrighted, all 128 pages. For the Copyright Office, you can look it up under PAU 2304074. So if you look up that number right here in the Copyright Office, you'll find this full script, 120 pages. Jack's the neck, Squiddy's, little girl.
You'll find the full script, but you won't find page by page, and you can't read it. You need to get permission from this guy to get copies of it. The Copyright Office page does not show the script in its entirety. unfortunately. And he claimed we could read it on his website. What happened to that? It was taken down. Why? Because probably he cut ties with a different person he was doing work with. But he's saying here that you could find it on the Copyright Office. This is less than a month ago.
But all 128 pages of the Copyright Office. You can
All 128 pages. Yeah, whatever, dude.
look it up under PAU 2304074. So if you look up that number right here in the Copyright Office, you'll find this full script, 120 pages. Jacks the neck, squiddies, little girl at the train station, identical figures facing off at the end, red pill, blue pill, you name it, it's all right here. So that's where it became a point of contest, because it's also, Sean, written as a shooting script. This is a full-on shooting script. I didn't write a book. I didn't write, a synopsis. I wrote a shooting script with interior, exterior shot, all that stuff. It's ready to shoot. How do you steal something like that and make it clear? Well, the Wachowskis came up with lift all the images they thought were cool off of it, make a 600-page storyboard, which is known online. You see that, and then make it up off of that, filling in with what you're familiar with. Like Train Man from Ghost was stuck in, Necromancer, Alice in Wonderland we can all see there, A Dark City. It's all thrown in as they make it up on set, lifting the images off that storyboard that we're taking the script. Now back to that great point. So Harold and the Purple Crown silver pen belongs to Neo. In the original work, this silver pen is taken away and destroyed in front of Neo. It sounds, very pathetic in a sense. As an artist, I look back and go, that sounded weird. But it was very important as things transcend.
The whole thing's pathetic, Tom. How about that one?
Now, because our free will and the ability to create is the core of the
This dude's in his 60s, by the way.
theme that I was writing about, right? And so this silver pen, what they did was they took it and they gave it to the architect instead, after they made it up as they went along. And you have him with the opening scene of the room of monitors, clicking it as a channel changer to mock it on set. You're going to see a lot of images when you break it down and re-chop shop the car, reverse engineer it. You'll see how it actually ties together and makes sense in the original. So now we can make the film the way it was supposed to be, even after all this time has passed and all the suffering and death of my sons and everything else to try to make me shut up. We can actually make it because it is copyrighted. And Warner Bros. Actually copyrighted the Immortals title. They didn't copyright Matrix title. So we've got them now where they can't stop us from making it, which they threaten they'll put an injunction on. But you're going to see everything from Jackson X, Squiddy, and everything else. We just want to do it right. So there's threats from certain parties that are supposed to mock me, saying, we're going to read it on screen, we're going to blow you away by posting it. Fine. We're still going to make it. It's not.
That proves he watches Let's Talk About It. He watches this show. Hi, Tom. You ready to give up the grift yet? Because he just told everybody you could go to the Copyright Office and read this entire script, and then he say that there's people out there that are going to show the whole script, and that's fine. Did he just give me permission directly to read it? Let's listen to that again.
Which they threatened they'll put an injunction on. They didn't copyright Matrix title. So we've got them now where
Listen
they can't
close.
stop us from making it, which they threatened they'll put an injunction on. But you're going to see everything from Jackson X, Squiddy, and everything else. We just want to do it right. So there's threats from certain parties that are supposed to mock me, saying, we're going to read it on screen, we're going to blow you away by posting it. Fine. We're still going to make it. It's not going to stop us.
You said you were going to make it with me, asshole. You said I was going to direct your script. Once I pointed out that you had handlers, you didn't like that, and you cut off everything to do with me. I was trying to get you free. Isn't that something? Let's hear it one more time. He watches this show. Hi, Tom.
Threatened they'll put an injunction on. But you're going to see everything from Jackson X, Squiddy, and everything else. We just want to do it right. So there's threats from certain parties that are supposed to mock me, saying, we're going to read it on screen, we're going to blow you away by posting it. Fine. We're still going to make it. It's not going to stop us.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The guy that won't, he has my number. He can call me, text me. He messaged me on Facebook telling me to get a life, you man, baby. That's all he had to say about me. Let's work this out. Let's figure out where this went wrong. No, none of that. But the moment I say I'm going to share this whole thing in its entirety, somehow he knows about it. How does he know about what I was saying on this show, other than he's watched it?
I believe audiences will come to see how it actually ties together.
Thank you. Now,
I love how he's just throwing that out there. I'm the only one that's talking about reading the script in its entirety. Like, I was talking about that a few episodes ago. I wanted to do that 2 shows ago, but I thought better of it. But he just said that's fine. Is that permission for me to read it now? Like, that's my final marker for me to say, hey, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go page by page and read the whole damn thing.
Our audience isn't fully aware of what's going on in your life, so if you can give us a little thing on what the scenario is, because I'm sure there's a bunch of drama. There seems to be a civil war or something over this concept, the movie, the construct, because it affects so much. And then we also, like, we'll have this basis, and then we can go into multidimensional stuff, because we'd love to get your opinion on all that. You know, to have written it, and what's your opinion on all that? And also, so it would be like your claim to be your child. So I imagine you're very passionate about this. Yeah. And where do you see it going? And are you saying that you're going to make a new one, or what's going on?
Well, those are good questions, Sean. We're going to make it originally the way it was done. We've had many people coming towards us. People have heard of Sophia Stewart, the black lady who claims to be the mother of the Matrix. Well, I never married her. But the thing is, like, she actually claims that, you know, she has this 33-page manuscript to start to address the question, which isn't, it's not even a screenplay. In Hollywood, a page is a minute, basically. And this is 120 pages, means 120 minutes was written for a 2-hour film. And so it was very tight. When the Wachowskis did the trilogy, going on to the quad, and now into the 5th one, they've unraveled the story. In fact, Joel Silver said on set, we hope we used up the rest of the story on set after the 3rd installment, and they did Animatrix. So it's like they just kept using that visual storyboard, lifting the images, thinking they can just chop it together. Now, Sophia Stewart wrote a piece, 33 pages. She calls her manuscript, not even a screenplay. Never wrote a screenplay, from what I know. And in it, it's the Star Wars mixed with the Bible. Well, if you're going to plagiarize 2 things off the chart, might as well go all out, balls out. So she.
By the way, this Immortal script does not read like a screenplay. It reads more like a stage play. But I don't know why he's... I mean, he's fabricating everything else, so why not go that step further? He's pretending he's a screenwriter. He's not.
He picked those 2. And there's a great thing, if you look up online, David Klein does the thing unraveling the conspiracy about the Matrix being stolen, and addresses and actually shows Sophia Stewart's concepts, which are Star Wars and the Bible. So she was assigned to me by Warner Brothers to be a first claimant in order to throw people off. So I would come in, the schmuck that had no clue what was going on, finding out later my work's taken, and when I appear, they already have a first claimant in-house, in place, to make it look like this is old news. That was a strategy. Another strategy that's been employed is to have, we call them minions or D players. A Sony guy explained it to me. D players are those that don't have the wherewithal or the merits, abilities to make it in Hollywood. So they're not A-list, they are D-list. They're people who use the backdoor method. And Hollywood allows a backdoor method, which is failed writers, like this one guy that's just, I couldn't believe it. They said he has 31 videos or something on me. Like, he said he gets more hits bashing me than anything. This guy just doesn't stop. Who used to be somebody I worked with, you know, because I wanted to help get his channel started. No more of that. But this is done.
Newsflash, I already had over 1,000. I actually had 1,400 subscribers before this asshole came on my channel. But you see what he's doing here? He's directly talking about me, calling me a D-list player getting into Hollywood through secret circuits and shit. I don't want anything to do with Hollywood. I want to build my own film studio separate from Hollywood. This guy has no idea.
Have the wherewithal or the merits, abilities to make it in Hollywood. Call them minions or D players. A Sony guy explained it to me. D players are those that don't have the wherewithal or the merits.
He's talking about me here. And this isn't just me thinking it. This is him talking about me.
Abilities to make it in Hollywood. So they're not A-list. They are D-list. They're people who use the backdoor method. And Hollywood allows a backdoor method, which is failed writers, like this one guy that's just, I couldn't believe it. They said he has 31 videos or something on me. Like, he said he gets more hits bashing me than anything. This guy just doesn't stop. Who used to be somebody I worked with, you know, because I wanted to help get his channel started. No more of that. But this is done to put low players in to attack and mock. And that's supposed to make you look low by association. So the best tactic is not to address it, basically, you know, and to go on with your facts and your evidence. The battle is, as you said, it is a real battle to put the evidence forward.
I'm asking for evidence, and he refuses to provide it. But he'll talk about me on these shows. You see this? You see this? Let's listen to it one more time, because I think it's very important. Like, he didn't have to mention me at all. But he talks about me.
People who use the backdoor method. And Hollywood allows a backdoor method, which is failed writers, like this one guy that's just, I couldn't believe it. They said he has 31 videos or something on me. Like, he said he gets more hits bashing me than anything. This guy just doesn't stop. Who used to be somebody I worked with, you know, because I wanted to help get his channel started. No more of that. But this is done to put low players in to attack and mock. And that's supposed to make you look low by association. So the best tactic is not to address it, basically, you know, and to go on with your facts and your evidence. The battle is,
If you don't address it, Tom, it just makes you dig your hole deeper.
as you said, it is a real battle to put the evidence forward. We have it. Warner Brothers doesn't. Sophia Stewart doesn't. These other guys don't. So all they do is they pick on your character and try to trash you down and hope people don't listen. In fact, the one guy has me on the Roseanne Barr show holding this up, and he speeds up the narrative of me talking to him. So it's like, he goes, look what he's doing. Look what he's doing. It's like, here's my baby. He does that little thing. It's like, what is he talking about? He's just...
There, like, you can't say he's not talking about me. Hello, my honey. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtag gal. That's me. I'm the only one saying he's like Michigan J. Frog, doing the same song and dance on every show.
Speeding up me explaining why this...
I'm speeding it up so that we can cover this without it being a 6 to 8 hour show, because you come on these shows do 3 hours. We're getting the information out. Sorry if you don't like that the way that you're talking is sped up. We're analyzing what you're saying here, not how fast you're saying it.
What he's doing. It's like, here's my baby. He does that little thing. It's like, what is he talking about? He's just speeding up me explaining why this is real and genuine, and then says, look, he has no case. It's a tactic they employ where they think that audiences aren't that bright.
No, I think my audience is very intelligent. The Immortals is not the Matrix. The Immortals was not used on set with the Matrix. That's what I am saying here. There's nothing in that script that has anything to do with the Matrix. You have sci-fi tropes that are, you can associate that to several other sci-fi genre movies from the past, prior to the Matrix. You have Philip K. Dick in France giving a testimony about how he believes we're living in the Matrix. In the 1970s, this fucker said he never saw it. Okay. Well, it supersedes your bullshit, doesn't it, Tom?
So that if the evidence is just pushed aside and theatrics are put in place, that the audience will go along.
The evidence here is that he actually had a court case that he had walked out of his own deposition from. If he thought he had a case, why would he walk out of his own deposition? Oh, I had the flu and this and that. Too bad. This is your moment to prove yourself right, and you walked out. We have the audio. It's been played on this show.
Wrote with the idea, Sean, that audiences are intelligent. So that's why it is so layered in its concepts and everything else. And if you look at how it was taken, like you said about being the child, like Solomon's baby, right? Yes, I'm passionate about my baby, my little girl, I call it. And it's like, with my little girl here,
he has a daughter. He has a daughter that he's estranged from. He calls a script his baby girl. That's fucked up.
belong. I wrote with the idea, Sean, that audiences are intelligent. So that's why it is so layered in its concepts and everything else. And if you look at how it was taken, like you said about being the child, like Solomon's baby, right? Yes, I'm passionate about my baby, my little girl, I call it. And it's like, with my little girl here, there's so many layers to all the different...
His little girl. He's calling his script his little girl. He has a daughter.
different scenes that I was thrilled. Like, I felt like, remember I said about that question I asked of God? I felt like I was getting it downloaded through me, right? And the audience is going to open up to, is that alien intervention? Is that benevolence looking out for us? Is God something we misinterpreted as a supreme being in another dimension that's higher? And all these questions open up. It's fascinating. Like asking that universal question, why are we here? So this has been a feast for me intellectually. But going back to this, the layers in the work itself, in the scenes, then are stripped and simplified and mocked on set. So when most people say, I got to go back and watch Matrix. Well, if you do, you need to have also the foundation of what was there before, what the scenes meant before.
Yeah, but you're not going to show anybody it because you don't want to show the script in its entirety, Tom. It's the whole point I'm trying to make. You have people read this for themselves. They're going to see that it has nothing to do with the Matrix. That you're reaching to make connections here.
Give an example. And I'll turn it over to you again. Train station scene. We all know the train station scene in the Matrix, okay? And in the train station scene, we got Neo.
His train station scene is about World War II Germany. He has Hitler in his script. Come on, man.
There in a static, basically static setting with a well-dressed couple with a little girl Sati, right? and they're going to put her in the program. Okay. Do they explain why? Because we love her? That's not really cutting it. The Wachowskis on their fan page said, she's just a subplot. No. The little girl at the train station is very, very, you talked about passion, important to me. It represents the daughter I lost. And that train station scene is after Neo, the scene they cut and put in Interstellar.
Daughter he lost. The daughter's still alive. Okay? And you know, YouTube is telling me right now that nobody is watching, which I highly doubt that. Because I got you guys in the comments here. Like, you see this little game that's going on? See this little the game of suppression? But it doesn't matter because, like, this gets put onto other platforms and people see this stuff. So, I'm letting the audience decide for themselves. But I'm bringing my opinion into this. This guy's he's a liar. He's a liar. He lost his little girl. Yeah, she didn't die like your two sons did. But you say you lost your little girl. You're implying that she's also died. Real shitty take, Tom.
Neo is there in a basically static setting with a well-dressed couple with a little girl, Sati, right? And they're going to put her in the program. Okay. Do they explain why? Because we love her? That's not really cutting it. The Wachowskis on their fan page said, she's just a subplot. No. The little girl at the train station is very, very, you talked about passion, important to me. It represents the daughter I lost. And that train station scene is after Neo, the scene they cut and put in Interstellar.
You know what's really funny, too? Tom's trying to discredit everything I'm doing here because I'm playing this at 1.5 speed. Like, everything I'm saying has no credence, no value to it. What I'm doing is really getting under his skin, where he wants to talk about it and address it. He couldn't help but talk about key things that I do on this show. The Michigan J Frog thing, doing the same song and dance on every show. That's me. That's me saying that about him. He watches this stuff. He's a clown. All he does is say the same thing over and over and over. He doesn't add anything. There's no nuance to it. There's no nuance. But he goes on this fucker's show less than a month ago and addresses that, yes, I'm out here doing these shows, asking questions that no one else is asking. And because he never wants to, when he was on here, he never wanted to answer them, but now he definitely doesn't want to answer them. And Tom, you're taking the wrong approach by ignoring everything I'm doing here, but you did give me permission. You said that's fine if I want to read the script, so thank you. I appreciate that. Because you're not letting anybody else do it. You're not letting anybody read your script. You're just holding it. Hey, go to the copyright. Yeah. You know what happens when people go to the copyright office? They have to ask for your permission in handwriting in order to see any of this stuff. Am I wrong? No. You just blatantly lie and tell people that they have access to your script when they don't. And then you say, oh, well, everyone's just lazy. They're not looking at it. Well, then show it on any stream you go on. Show it. But you're not going to do it. Showing it's not just holding it up like this. It's having every page scanned in and having the host put it up on screen with your two little windows on the bottom. Kind of like me doing this with my screen and putting it real small. And then you have everybody seeing page by page what your script contents are. But you're not going to do it. Because it shows how out of touch you are with, like, matching up this to the Matrix. You're stretching for a lot of this. He's even saying that. No, I'm not saying that he's telling the truth about anything. He went through a few life experiences where he talked to Bonaventura. Sure. The dude barely remembered him. He had a breakdown over the guy admitting that he remembered talking to him once. And then we never hear about it again. And then these shows get pulled off the internet, and then it's like, oh, well, I guess it never happened, right? No. I showed those shows on here. Because nobody else has them now. No one has access to them. Just like your script that you say has so many matchups to the Matrix. Show the matchups. You can't. everything you're saying, the judge officially declared that what you're trying to claim as your own copyright is actually generic sci-fi tropes that have been used for decades. And you walking out of your own deposition, and we have it on audio, thanks to you illegally recording that audio and making up some bullshit story that the lawyer swapped his tape recorder with your tape recorder. Well, why did you have a tape recorder in the first place? Oh, to cover your bases, right? Well, you shouldn't have been recording regardless in that deposition, but you did anyway. And then you bragged about that you did the right thing and that how that proves your innocence. You give the whole thing to me to use in your documentary, and then you tell me to go fuck off, basically. And then I go and listen to it, and I'm like, oh, dude, this guy literally walked out of his deposition. The court transcriber loses her patience, says, stop talking over the lawyer. I can't transcribe this shit. The lawyer questioning him is like, oh, shit, you're really walking out? Okay, judge. Let it be on the record that he's walking out right now of his own deposition. He's trying to sue us, and here he's walking out when I'm asking him questions. It's no different than him being on my show and me asking him questions and him going on a side tangent about how his wife slept with a different producer. It's not the question I asked.
With Christopher Nolan, who's been a thorn in my side, Christopher Nolan at Universal Studios, what he did was he took the...
All he's doing is griping about these people that have the most successful careers in Hollywood, probably thanks to their connections to the religious cult that runs it. But this guy here is saying that all of these other people are just, oh, I can't stand them. Wachowskis, Nolan, Mel Gibson. Like, just get over yourself, man. I brought you on here. This channel was already thriving, and then it took a nosedive thanks to your ass being on my channel. And now I have to do this whole recovery process of being like, yeah, you know what? Like, I was blinded by this asshole's deception. And now here I'm trying to reclaim my credibility because I was putting my leg on the line saying that this guy was actually telling the fucking truth the whole time. No pictures of his dead sons in his house. I saw it firsthand with my own eyes.
Best scene from The Immortals, which is when Neo is brought out of the pods in my work, and he's mentored by Smith, because the architect, stay with me, the architect, here's layers, needs the stimulation of their conflict amplified in different ways in order to keep his mind from lacking stimulation or atrophying in a immortal program, right? Chaucer didn't get that. They couldn't figure that out. They didn't understand that. So they just mock it. And so what happens is...
In an immortal, N-A-N, immortal. An immortal program, not a immortal program, Tom. You call yourself a screenwriter, you can't even use the English language in the proper way. Dipshit.
In the original, the architect has Smith mentor Neo when he's come back, so many layers, to teach him how to be in the program for the architect. So Neo's actually on the other side of it when it starts. And he is not allowed to see family members. Well, part of the deal was he had just lost his 6-year-old daughter. When he was assimilated into the program, he was preserved in those field of pods. So it's not about battery power. That's them mocking the whole concept as we go. Lots of mocking going on. Battery power doesn't make much sense if you can hook up just our hearts with not worrying about our free will, powering stuff, or cows, bovines.
If anyone has a problem with me calling Tom out for what he's doing, just keep in mind, he called me a D-list anonymous bottom feeder. Yet he's going out here nipping at the heels of Christopher Nolan, Joel Silver, Wachowskis, all these other producers in Hollywood tied to Miramax, Disney. He's saying that Ratatouille has parts of the Immortals. Like, come on, Kung Fu Panda. Get the fuck out of here, man. He went too far. He stretched himself too thin trying to say all of these films borrowed from his script. Holy shit, man. And he tells everyone to go read it, but nobody can. Nobody has access to it, do they? They can't access it from the Copyright Office. They need your written permission in order to get copies of it. And you're not willing to go on air and read it yourself. You could sit here with this guy for 5 hours and read page by page your entire script and say, this proves that my work was stolen. But you're not doing that. You're talking about all these nuances and these little things that happened here and all these people involved and then all this here. Like, it's just one tangent after the other. No structure to your story. I still don't understand the timeline of everything that's gone on. And I interviewed you for 2.5 years.
So you can get a lot of power off an elephant's heart, probably more than a human. And they might work for peanuts, literally. So what you got is, why hold up a battery power for humans, which are actually frail beings? Our minds are powerful, but our hearts are weak. So don't use us for batteries. So what happens is, you've got the battery thing as another mock. Now, he's brought back and told he can't see family members. He goes and sees his 6-year-old daughter in a nursing home. Think of Interstellar. It's called using up the rest of the story, as Joel Silver said. My favorite scene, the one I'm most passionate about, is involving my daughter. It was taken away. So they turned it into, in Matrix, that they cut the scene out. But in mine, you have Neo actually putting his hand on the panel, finding out where the daughter is, going to see her in the nursing home. Last time he saw her, when he was just like, it's a second for him, because he was put in the stasis when he was killed in the accident, after he just said goodbye to her, and she had made him promise he'd come to her 6-year-old birthday.
He's trying to say that Christopher Nolan built this entire script of Interstellar, and then somehow they lifted the whole father-daughter subplot and stuck it at the end of Interstellar. Meanwhile, the whole movie of Interstellar is about time and space dilation. Get the fuck out of here, Tom.
And so he is in the future now, which is just like a split second for him, being told that Smith's going to be his mentor. That, and Neo doesn't have Superman powers. He is a fallible person like ourselves. Weak, fallible person. Human. With whatever strengths we can scrape together. So the reason Smith can't kill him is the architect has not given the green light yet. So it's not about being Superman. It's about the architect has not given the green light to create more of a strain and conflict that the architect can feed off of intellectually and stimulate mind. See what I'm saying? So what happens is he goes and sees his daughter. She's 76 years old with burn scars on her face. The house was firebombed. Meanwhile, in this layer I'm telling you about, Morpheus had popped up in the back of the car in this backstory in the Mortals and said his house had been firebombed, what's going on? And Neo, because he's bugged with a precursor to the neural link in the back of his neck, which is a mole-like device, precursor to the neural link in it, he pushes his friend out of the car because he's bugged and says, stay away from my family. Then he's in the future there seeing burn scars on his child's face. He knows that house was firebombed. You with me? And so she's
I'm not with you, Tom. Like, this is what I'm talking about with the tangents. I don't even remember what the question was. But he's just doing the rundowns, the same shit that he's done on all these other hundreds of shows that he's done.
Looking like a 6-year-old with Alzheimer's. She's touching his face, saying, Daddy, I knew you'd come back. A man pulled me out of the fire. Now, this is integral, Sean, for the satisfying ending. The Wachowskis on set said, and sorry to go on this, I want to get this layer right, these layers. They said on set that everyone, quote, everyone said to blow up the Matrix. There's an argument on set how to end it if you have a screenplay fully fleshed out and vetted and backed with fine.
He says everyone said. Give those names. You won't do it. Bring those people on with you for these shows that you do. The other people that were involved in the Matrix set. Bring them on the channels that you're going on, all these hosts and doing this bullshit. It's the same thing over and over and over and over. No input from the outside can penetrate his, like, permanent story that he cannot change or deviate from. He has to just constantly bash the Wachowskis, which I don't even agree with the Wachowskis. I actually think, like, they were compromised. The reason they're wearing different clothes now is because they're compromised. That's a whole different topic. This dude, he'll hold the script up like that forever, through eternity. He'll never open it up to read it to people. Is he gonna prove me wrong? Probably not. He won't sit down and go through page by page to prove that, like, this has clearly been ripped off. He won't do it.
Answers. There's no debate. You have the ending. But since they're making it up off this, with a visual storyboard in hand, the 20-foot rule, even though they went 20 feet of this or get fired, they are having a debate on how to end it because they unravel the whole story. So they come up with the idea that, okay, we'll keep the same ending. And they did. In the ending, you have the little girl reunited with Neo, pointing to the sun, the identical figure, which is the Christ figure, facing off Smith, not Neo, and says, that's the man that pulled me out of the fire, when all along we thought it was Smith that rescued his daughter back at that scene when he first gets to see her. That's your awe moment. Like, oh my God, it wasn't the Smith. It was a Christ figure that saved her. And that's the only time you see Christ appear. That's why
he can't give a synopsis of the Immortals. He continually calls all his characters the names that the Wachowskis gave them. He has not mentioned his character by name in the Immortal script yet on this show. He's just saying Neo character, Smith character, Architect character. Which the Architect's I mean, that's a generic name in itself. When I saw Reloaded, I thought that was very generic. That was the one scene that was withheld from being spoiled at the time. I remember back in 03. This guy is not addressing this like it's his own script. He's piggybacking off the Wachowskis. Neo character, Trinity character. When Smith sees Neo, he's constantly using those names instead of his characters' names. He never addresses that at the beginning. My character's named this. They named him Neo. Like, he doesn't just do a breakdown like that. He should be doing that, especially for a first-time interview like this. But he wants to do 15 with this guy. Like, what the fuck? Sean, if you're listening, run. Get away. All you're going to have is your time wasted, like what happened here. I thought I'd be a lot more further and involved with this. I thought we'd be having the movie The Immortals being made now. But just like I've said before, he's a perpetual victim, Tom Althouse. And every time he's offered to get closure, he cuts them out, pretends they don't exist, calls them the bottom feeders of the earth and all that bullshit. And then he gets back to saying, we're on the precipice, we're almost there. The documentary's being made. He's been saying that for 8 years, at least, that the documentary's being made. It's almost ready. What happened to it? I know one of them that you had working with you is the one that contacted me and threatened to sue me if I didn't sell him my interview videos. That's my creative intellectual content. Sitting down here questioning this guy and giving him the benefit of the doubt, giving him the floor to speak. Yet Tom Althouse never made his own YouTube channel where he could put all this information out. Why do you think that is? Because there's no substance to it.
They put Neo in the Matrix with the gold cross on with his hands out like a crucifix because they replaced Christ with him because they didn't want the Christ story in there at all. Isn't that something? So that interstellar scene was the hardest one for me to watch because with Matthew McConaughey, whatever, they milked it. They milked it so hard that they left out the point.
Matthew McConaughey. You see how he tries to discredit everyone around him? And you wonder why everybody he was close to has left him. I say never trust someone who's been married twice. They made 2 mistakes. They made the same mistake twice. And he's not married anymore. Sorry to everyone who's gone through marriage and divorce and all that, but I'm not going to be trusting this guy's intuition about anything.
That's the daughter being restored to Neo after he was taken away in stasis and comes back. And
I want to say, this is my opinion now, he tried to court Emma from the Imagination podcast. He tried to court Danielle, which we tried to contact to get her on the show here, but she was given an ultimatum to move all of her stuff into Tom's place in Texas or carry on with their lives, move on and don't be involved anymore. Danielle, I think, actually wanted to help Tom, but Tom can't help himself trying to get romantically involved with every female that crosses his path.
Basically the scene goes like this. An orderly or the nurse comes in and says, what are you doing? Get out of here. You're confusing her. She's like, please.
This is why he likes going on these female hosts' shows and doing water cooler talk and flirting with them. And not only Danielle, we had that other lady. I'm forgetting her name now because, I mean, it's been a few months since we showed those videos on here. He had someone on the screen with him, like working together as a pair. He was like, oh yeah, we're going to be moving forward. We're doing all the same bullshit he keeps saying. Like I said, he's at the end just before the end of Act 2, right before the climax of all this. We're on the precipice. He's a perpetual victim. He's been given the tools to succeed, and he throws them away.
Don't leave me again, Daddy. A 76-year-old woman with burn scars touching his face. Please don't leave me again. He scoops her up, busts by the nurse.
But he wants to discredit me because I'm playing these videos at 1.5 speed so that we're not sitting here all day. It's not my problem. He sounds like a complete nutcase by speeding it up 1.5. That's not my intention. He talks fast. And he's erratic with his behavior. Yeah, it's going 1.5 speed, but we're still hearing all your words that you're saying. We're trying to get through this content, and we're analyzing what you're saying here. We're not playing it one-to-one, because that would probably get these videos taken down. So there's a method to doing all this. It's a reason why my stuff is still up and everybody else's is probably not even there. And that's beside the fact that a lot of these hosts probably have been contacted and threatened for legal action and everything if they speak out about this. Like I have been.
Bust down by the orderly that was supposed to stop him. He's apprehended in the hall with, looks down, and she's died with a smile and tears in her face. There is passion, yes. The last thing she says before she dies is the nurse calls out, "Stop that man. Stop that crazy man. He's taking the patient." And the 76-year-old woman calls back to the nurse, "He's my daddy." Adding to the idea of the layers of humor and pathos at the same time. So a lot of mix, but when you get the Wachowski's hands on it, they sterilize everything. They didn't even want the best scene. So they gave it to Interstellar with Christopher Nolan, who also did District 9, which is the ripoff of it. And Elysium, I'm sorry. So what you got?
Oh my gosh. When a liar gets caught up in his lies, this is what happens. Misremembering names, misattributing films to other films. Man, this is a mess for Tom. Sorry. You did this to yourself, Tom. You had every opportunity to come on here and explain yourself, but no, you're not doing that. You just want to continue mocking me while saying I'm mocking you. So we're all mocking each other, right? I'm trying to get to the bottom of this stuff. I'm asking legit questions, and you're laughing about it. Okay. I'm the only one questioning what this fucker's up to.
Is layer upon layer upon layer that tied so tightly before it was pitched. You can't shred a single page without unraveling the spine of that story. But they ripped it up like used a phone book. And so that's why it does not tie together. And people, I think, will universally agree it didn't tie together. So what we're now in a situation, yes, we make this now, you'll see everything Yjacks the back of the neck, the first femme fatale, which happens in...
But we won't see it because you're not showing the script.
Room of monitors.
We'll see. We will see. We will see. We will see. When? When will we see? We won't see. That is why he is a liar. One of many reasons.
Which, one more thing, I'll stop talking in a second. The room of monitors belongs to Smith, not the architect. The architect, they have him like he's watching refunds of Andy Griffith. But it's like, when you have it in the original, it is Smith's room of monitors. He's the one that monitors.
Watching refunds. Reruns. You see how erratic he gets? It's not even me playing it at 1.5 speed. Here, I'll do him a favor here. Okay, Tom? Playback. Speed. We're doing normal speed. Going back. Listen to this guy.
See everything Yjacks the back of the neck, the first femme fatale, which happens in the room of monitors.
He just sounds so... At normal speed, it's pathetic.
Which, one more thing, and I'll stop talking in a second. The room of monitors belongs to Smith, not the architect. The architect, they have him like he's watching refunds of Andy Griffith. But it's like, when you have it in the original, it is Smith's room of monitors. He's the one that monitors every single agent, has technicians monitor every single agent. They're not robots in the program, they're robot-like people. We're not allowed to show feelings, or their neural enhancer will be detonated with a grisly detachment of the head. So, they're monitored, not allowed to show feelings. Those are high stakes. And they also took out the element where Neo's best friend was a former agent with his memories erased, with big plans by the architect for him. Okay, I'll stop right there right now. There are so many layers tied together. The Wachowskis didn't understand it. That's why they mocked me in the interrogation scene, where you'll see at tomalthouse.com. All my...
That cam. It's C-O-M for everyone not... You see, I'm critiquing everything he's doing. First of all, he's not using the English language correctly. And second of all, he can't even speak correctly.
Information in the first graphic. The first graphic has my high school, my birthday, my dad's name.
Central High School, one of the most generic names ever. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. He's already admitted that, like, the crew add in Easter eggs like that. But how would they all know this personal information about Tom and put it in there? You know, my uncle shares the same birthday as a famous pro wrestler. Are we supposed to say that, oh, there's something going on there? Like, are you telling me that nobody else in the world shares the same birthday as his dad or himself? Am I supposed to go and look for January 5th everywhere in film? Oh no, there, they inserted my birthday there. You see that? They did that to dog whistle me. You see that? They put my birthday in there.
My fiance's birthday, March 11, is Neo's birthday. My birthday's above it. You have all this stuff, TA 4099 in the column, that the Wachowskis stuck in to have a leg up on Warner Brothers should they go back on their agreement to let them steal the work. We've got them by the danglers.
But no case. Everything was thrown out, wasn't it? You walked out of your own deposition, Tom. It's on audio that you gave me, that you thought was proving your case.
I mean, we got them. And one more thing. You're going to hear this said over and over. Tom Althouse lost his case. He's been in court all the time. He lost his case.
Yeah. You walked out of your own deposition.
The supplied attorneys by Warner Brothers were all defense attorneys who solicited me and did not let us claim Matrix.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have gone the route of being supplied an attorney by the government, and you should have had some sort of funding behind you. If anybody was buying your bullshit, they would have helped you go through court. But no, you took the free attorney from the state of Hawaii, and that turned out to be somebody connected to Warner Brothers, right? So that's your own damn fault.
They only let us claim the sequels. There's no way you can win claiming the sequels. And bound us on a legal contract, which is also part of the case coming up, besides making the movie, is we never got to claim Matrix yet. You can all agree. And they did not, coming up, besides making the movie, is we never got to claim Matrix yet. You can't win claiming sequels. I think we can all agree. And they did not allow me within a legal contract to bind me from doing anything different. So we're coming back with the case and the film. Back to you, Sean. Sorry it took so long to have your show.
Oh, beautiful. Keep doing it. Yeah, don't.
Took half his show. They've been on 24 minutes. That's all we got through. We've been on for 2 hours. Okay. That's why I play this at 1.5 speed. He sounds a little drunk playing it normal after listening to it for so long at 1.5 speed. But, man.
Okay, so, seems like a lot of influence is coming down on you. Do you ever feel like the Matrix is against you? And dude, like, how's that been like a mantra spiritually? And what do you think this is like synchronistically through time and the hologram of this planet, and how that functions and what you've observed? Is it like, and are you with this story trying to hint and soft disclose on experiences you've had or something?
Yes, and yes, and then yes on the other thing you said, and yes. I've never been asked a question that intricate and astute, ever. Not to pick on anybody else in the hundreds of people at interviews. Just, that was just...
I've mentioned how he goes on these shows and says, you're the first person that gets it. No, his shtick is up, man. Listen to this. We'll listen to it at normal speed again.
Yes, and yes, and then yes on the other thing you said, and yes. I've never been asked a question that intricate and astute.
So let's listen to this again.
So we're coming back with
Let's
the case
listen to this question
and the film. Back to you, Sean. Sorry it took so long to have your show.
Oh, beautiful. Keep doing it. Yeah, don't apologize. Okay, so seems like a lot of influence is coming down on you. Do you ever feel like the Matrix is against you? And dude, like, how's that been like a mantra spiritually? And what do you think this is like synchronistically through time and the hologram of this planet and how that functions in what you've observed.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Like, sure, I'm mocking him, but like, he's mocked me. I'm reviewing all of this stuff. He should be presenting himself a little better here. He's getting all of his
Influences
feelings
coming
here.
down on you. Do you ever feel like the Matrix is against you? And
Watching
dude, like, how's that been like a mantra spiritually? And what do you think this is like synchronistically through time and the hologram of this planet and how that functions in what you've observed? Is it like, and are you with this story trying to hint and soft disclose on experiences you've had or something?
Yes, and then yes on the other thing you said, and yes. I've never been asked a question that intricate and astute, ever. Not to pick on anybody else in the hundreds of people that interviews. That was just beautiful. I wish you could just.
Oh, we're gonna get deep.
It was good. Oh my God. So yes, okay. With that eloquence, I'm going to go ahead and open a part of the box that I don't open. So it's like that.
Oh, we're getting exclusive content here, just like every other fucking bullshit interview he's done.
Thing from Man in the High Castle when they go in, the caterers go in to wipe out the Nazis. You know, it's like we keep it in the box. No, I'm going to open the box. So, oh my God, where to begin? Okay, so yes, the Christian boy had said, can we prove ourselves to you, God, as your children? Then that turned into visions of a higher dimension where I saw a man that looked sort of like you with a gold band. It had like a gold,
You see how he tries to rope these people in? Tom was saying I was his Morpheus, that I rescued him from the Matrix. He said that he had a dream about me. When I was there in Texas, he's like, I had a dream that I was getting married to Danielle, and you were my best man. And I hope that becomes reality. Like, what the fuck, man? I'm standing up at his wedding in his dream, and I'm supposed to feel like I'm an important part of his life. Like, we were working together to get this stuff done. And then once things actually started moving forward, no, we had to pump the brakes on it. Oh no, we can't let an actual documentary get made. Steve's at my house now. Let's make a book. And yeah. You'll be the director for The Immortals, Steve. But oh no, now you called out my handlers. I don't like that. My handlers are my friends, Steve. And so he ends this friendship that we had, right? Totally ass backwards.
gold part. Actually, Steven Spielberg does it, or Lucas puts it in Star Wars. I have a picture of it with when they're flying those little creepy little trash can robots are tearing apart their ships in the opening scene of this one series of Star Wars, and you see I think with the gold they tearing apart their ships in the opening scene of this one series.
We're moving it back to 1.5 speed because we got to get moving on this.
Star Wars, and you see I think it's Ben Kenobi as a young man with a gold band, and it comes across but doesn't connect fully. That's what I saw, was a band like that with a man looks like you, inclined, and this knowledge was given. And this, I'm just going to say it. I mean, what am I going to do with all this? So I'm just going to say it. So here I am.
That's Heavenly Father Creator choking him up because he's saying a lot of bullshit here.
Inclined, and this knowledge was given. And this, I'm just going to say it. I mean, what am I going to do with all this? So I'm just going to say it. So here I am, faithful in the rendering of this, thinking I'm talking to God as his child, right? And I know I'm going to get a lot of flack from religious leaders and everything. But then it turns into, okay, I'm thinking all the minions are going to try to tear me apart with this segment. It's okay.
Don't let them stop.
Okay. We'll play this at regular speed. So you can't just write off that I'm playing it fast and making you sound loopy. And he said this is for us. This is for all of us here today watching this show.
Let them have their hay.
Uncensored.
Let them eat their hay. Yeah, so here it is. The understanding then came that that was enabled because there's a higher dimension. Stay with me. You probably already know all this. What am I doing? I'm talking to somebody who's probably going to be like, yeah, I know. It's like higher dimension gave us all this stuff because we are their children. That the universe was seeded because here's what it can. It's so mind-boggling. because they're in a natural universe that in natural state, they said, like, if you take a grain of sand from a beach, that's a chance of having the universe we have, the balance that it has. Usually in mechanics or quantum mechanics, it's either going to collapse really fast or expand like nuts. So we're actually a very tame universe, one that you want to create if you want to have life thrive. We're doing quite well in our universe. So here was the idea. A higher dimension creates a universe through a series of bangs with all the right ingredients. So you can take it with salt, added also sodium chloride. And you got like this idea where they create this, and we are the children of gods. And they need us to make our part of the portal or bridge to them that they can enter, bringing heaven to us, if you will, using our small vocabulary of understanding of, philosophy to encapsulate what this means. And then it hit me like, knock, seek and the door will be, a knock and the door will be open, seek and you'll find, took on a whole new meaning. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool then if this is so, with these visions coming, if this is so, and I was faithful in my rendering, because I tried to do it faithfully, that's how I got the major story, that's why they wanted it so bad, that if we're created by God, if you will, that he didn't create us because he was bored or lonely. He created us because he needed his children to save him.
Wild. All right. John asked in the chat, do you think that qualifies as permission to read it? Yes. I do believe that qualifies as permission to read it. He didn't say not to. He didn't say it's illegal to. He's telling everyone to go to the Copyright Office to read it. No one has access to it unless they have written permission from him. Yeah, I think there's... I'd say yes, John. I think that qualifies as permission to read it. That he said it's fine. He said it's fine. He doesn't think that this channel has any influence on what he's up to. There's a lot of people that have stopped watching because they just can't stand listening to your voice anymore, knowing that you're a liar. And they can't tell what you're saying is true or not anymore. And that's on your behalf. It's not anything I did here. I'm just pointing out what's happening. Yeah, this is what? This is episode 22. So this is officially... I've done as many Let's Talk shows as I've done interviews for Tom. So that's 44 shows. I guess we'll make episode 23 the show that we read through the entire script. Because I'm getting tired of just watching all of this all the time. And I know you guys are getting tired of watching him just in general. And that's why we're watching it at 1.5 speed so we can actually get through it. This is a 3-hour show he did. We're on 2 hours here, and we're only a half hour in because I have to continually stop and correct what he's saying and correct the record, basically. There's... That's why I said we're going to be here 4, 5, 6 hours if we listen to this at normal speed. If he's that concerned about seeming like a loopy guy because it's running at 1.5 speed, maybe he should, change the way he's presenting himself. But instead, no, he's just he's just on a downward spiral over and over and over. Same thing. Ask new questions, give new input, get the same answer.
Wow. He needed us to make the bridge to him so they can come to a universe that's balanced, that they created for us, which was a gift to us. And what if Hollywood and certain agencies knew about this? I know it sounds deep end, Tom. I know it's like the 8-foot part of the pool with the diving board missing. But listen.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
John says, that is exciting. And Lerny says, hey guys. Hey Lerny, good to see you here. Yeah, it's exciting for me too, John. I've been wanting to read through this script in its entirety to get to the bottom of all this, to see what matches up and what doesn't. I can have the Matrix script side by side with the Immortals and go page by page, and we'll see. Even if it's out of sequence, we'll see what's there. It's a whole part of being critical and analyzing things. But as you can clearly see, he doesn't like what I'm doing here, obviously. But he kind of made this situation into what it is. He believes the world's against him, and he's created an enemy through me. Right? Because I'm asking the questions that no one else is asking. And oh, who is this guy? I've never heard of him. But yeah, I'm glad you never heard of him before. If you're a first-time watcher here, I'm glad you never heard of him before. He doesn't deserve anyone's time of day. He belongs in the mental institution where he was at one point. He showed the photographs here on the interviews I did when he got put away. What was it called? The 302? Guess that's better than being a 304. Although the way that he acts around any female host that he joins on to their channel, he's constantly flirting with every female host. I mean, that just reeks of desperation to me. Like, why is he still trying to court women at 60 years old? Like, sure, yeah, he wants company. But, like, you're not going to get a 30-year-old to marry a 60-year-old. Like, that's a really high ask. And especially in the situation you're in, Tom, where you talk to yourself in private in your house while other people are there and say, oh, that's just my way of coping. Well, you got a lot of fucking problems, man, that I was willing to, like, overlook before. But there's only so many times that you could deny there's an elephant in the room before you address it. And here I'm addressing the elephant in the room, and he's lying about this shit. Yeah, there's his birthdays of his relatives are all in the one page and the one shot for the 1 second. But like I said before, nobody else is allowed to have that birthday in the world? And Central High School, of all things, like the most generic bullshit. It's the same thing as like the train station. Generic sci-fi tropes he's trying to take credit for and claim as his own. And he still hasn't mentioned the names of the characters in the Immortals. We'll go ahead and do that in the next show. Because like I said, we're on for like 2 hours right now. 2 hours and 13 minutes. And we're not even 30 minutes into this thing. And he had this is a 3-hour show we're watching here. That's why I'm putting it at 1.5 speed. He wants to discredit everything I'm doing here, calling him out, because I'm playing it at a faster speed, and he thinks he looks loopy when it does that. Like I said earlier, he needs to find a different approach to explaining himself on these shows if he wants to continue doing this. But like it's all a grift. He met this guy at the UFO conference. They said it right at the beginning of the show. At a place where he had no place being. UFO conference. Writer of The Matrix. That's what it said on the poster. Writer of The Matrix. He didn't write The Matrix. And you can say all day long that it's a marketing tactic to get more people in, and that's not exactly what they meant. That's what they put on their poster. That he's the writer of The Matrix. Fuck everyone else, right? And then the aesthetic for the Matrix films, that's thanks to the storyboard artist who came up with that style of like cables running everywhere. That was the storyboard artist's graphic novel history that he was applying to this project. And the Wachowski said, yes, that's exactly what was in our heads. No different than this guy. Lerny says, at 1.5x speed, he looks just as loopy, just faster. Nah, right? It's like playing it at normal speed. It's just, you get it, Lerny. We're playing it faster so that we can get through the content. We're hearing all the words. We're hearing the way he's presenting things. He's doing the, oh my God. Like, all these feminine traits. Like, I'm sorry. Like, when you get older, that stuff happens, but he's been like this his whole life. And he talks about being a man and trying to talk about masculinity, and he has no idea what being a man is. Really, what he needs to do is apologize to me and all the other hosts that he's cut off and said that they're all the enemy. Because really, you want the people that are critiquing the hardest to be by your side. And he'd rather let me continue to do these shows bashing him for everything he's saying, because a lot of it's false. And the only things that are true are the names and the dates. I bet you that's it. For the majority of things, that's all, for the most part, that's true. And I'm being very careful with the way I'm saying this. But he said earlier in the show, he mentioned this show, not by name, but by what we did on here. The Michigan J Frog thing, same old song and dance. We'll read the script next show. Because, like, I only have so much energy to do this show per day. Like, if I run this 6 hours today, which we might end up doing, like, that's going to be just covering the rest of this interview. That's not going to be getting into the script and reading it page by page. There's 128 pages. We'll spend at least a minute or longer on each page and reviewing and dissecting it. Seeing what's what. Because this asshole won't do it. He'll go on to everybody's shows, but he expects everyone to just go onto the copyright office. He says you could read the script there, but you can't. It's a lie. Tom Althouse is a liar. Get it? He'll flash his page. He'll show it up. Here's the front cover. And then he'll talk about the very last page. You see, this is the one where the daughter was pointing to the Christ figure. Well, in Revolution, Sati was not pointing at a Christ figure. She was pointing at a sunset. But let's continue.
Yeah, thank you. So if we've got this scenario, what if Hollywood knew about this? What if other visionaries were tapped like this and they hijack these messages? And what they do is they say, we're going to shut the door on God so we can be gods in our own realm and take what we're given. And here we are. So that's what I got. So now I've got agencies that are pro and agencies that are con. And it's like, I can tell you so many things that are happening where my original drafts here, right here, my original drafts that were taken.
Here he is going to talk about the break-in without a break-in, how he believes that the alphabet groups broke into his house and gave him his script back, leaving no evidence of a break-in, while he was in Florida for his first UFO conference, right, last year. These scripts just magically appeared on his bed. He showed up back at home and they were on his bed. Oh, somebody must have broke in. No evidence, no security cameras. This guy is living saying that like his life's at risk. He has no security cameras in his house. So no evidence of a break-in. He could have even had security cameras. That would have given more credence if they turned the security cameras off while the break-in happened, where there's a gap in video. And it could be verified. None of that's there. Because he doesn't even have security cameras. For a guy that claims that the government's out to get him and that they're spraying, like, they sprayed the planes flew over his house, low-range planes, and were spraying crop dusting shit. Like, I experienced that there. They were doing it at night. But, like, that's for the whole area. That was for the entire Baytown subdivision area. That wasn't just for Tom. Yeah, Lerny in the chat here says, it was such good quality, whomever stole it decided to unsteal it again. Yeah, and no names. Like, he doesn't have a specific person that he knows that took the script. He just says that, like, oh, his attorney stole it, or he gave it to so-and-so and Bonaventura and this and that. The Bonaventura thing, he was on a phone call with them, and he gave them a pitch, a synopsis. He didn't go in detail. Like, can you imagine Tom going page by page with the script? He's not doing it. He's never done it. Bonaventura probably say, yeah, it's a good idea. And then Tom never heard from him again. And then Tom got distracted with the Demolition Man movie and said, oh no, they stole my script. And he was saying that about then. Has he brought up Demolition Man at all during this half hour of this show? No. But that was a major part of him going to court for the first time. But he's never brought it up yet.
By the Warner Bros. Attorneys, because they didn't want any proof of any pre-96 screenplays, because Wachowski's didn't put anything down on paper until 1996 as the title Matrix, but then Warner Bros. Didn't claim that title, like I said. Well, what shows up in my house is all the original drafts from 93.
Oh, the original drafts.
That were taken from my home. Let me show you this. Which I'm told by Michael Jaco is the film department of the CIA.
So that's another guy. So Michael Jaco, I had also said he was a handler of Tom. Tom didn't like that. But look at this. You're telling me these weren't just sitting in a box that he randomly found after moving houses? Because that's what I think happened. He still had some boxes sitting around at his new house that I went and visited him in. And who knows? He pulled it out of a box that he brought over while moving. Oh, this would be great. Like, if he thought that he could get mileage out of making up a story about a break-in without a break-in and leaving scripts and doing what Lerny just said, that it was such good quality, whoever stole it decided to unsteal it again and return it to him. If he thought that was a better narrative and story to tell on air, then he is lying. He is a fraudster grifter. He's had multiple people willing to help him make his documentary, to document all of this stuff, put it in a timeline. Nope. Told me nope when I showed up in Texas. Think that was a slap in the face to me.
So look at the draft date on that. See that draft date? March 27? March 21, 1993. First draft of The Matrix right there.
I was born in 1993.
Well,
No, it's not the first draft of The Matrix. It's the first draft of The Immortals. And it has nothing to do with The Matrix. All the characters' names are not they're not the Matrix names. He has his own individual names for all these characters. It has nothing to do with what the Wachowskis put out. The first 12 pages, there's no rooftop chase scene. There's no Cypher character fucking everybody over. There's no Trinity in a phone booth getting hit with a garbage truck being driven by the agents. That's not there. And then he'll go back and loop around and say, yeah, this is all because they lifted concepts. The generic sci-fi tropes, you mean? The ones that you're getting all bent out of shape about, with Elon Musk saying that he stole your idea for Neuralink. It's not called Neuralink. In his script, it's called a neural enhancer. Neural has to do with the brain. Again, another generic word, not something you can copyright. Do you have schematics for this neural enhancer? Did you make blueprints of it? No, you didn't, Tom. It's such a far-fetched idea for anyone to believe that Elon Musk was gifted tech that he came up with in this script. It's a real far stretch. I wanted to believe it for a bit. I wanted to believe it.
You were born when the first draft was made. It was taken from my home. There's my old address in Chesapeake, Virginia. So it was taken by the attorneys and was missing for AWOL for 12 years. And then 2 days before Easter, that's kind of poetic, last year, it shows up in my bedroom on my bed, all the missing drafts. Michael J.
It's ridiculous.
Said that's most likely the film department of the CIA. So what's happened is I felt, if you look at the Neo character, and I hope I'm not rambling too much here, but in the Neo,
You're rambling a lot, Tom.
in the original work, is challenged with the idea, modeled after myself, and I'm Thomas A for that reason, is challenged with the idea of making immortality available for all and the better world available for all, which we know is not the plan of the Cabal. So they say they put me in my own story. And so what he does is he is inside the program trying to help those outside the program. And that's why I wrote the story to whisper through art what the plan was, which was a faked second coming, which now we know is common knowledge, was planned. So it's like, here I am watching history unfold.
So one of the things that I think is true of the many things that he claims that is false. One of the things, it's false. A lot of the shit he says is false, okay? But there's a few bits of truth within all of this. And I am under the impression that he was offered by Hollywood to be a script doctor. And if he would have accepted that role, he would have been even more notorious than he could ever even dream of. Being the guy behind this script, this script, this script, this script. I tightened this one up. I changed this on this story was doing bad, so I made it this way. But he couldn't get name credit in the credits as a script doctor, so he turned it down. He had his chance in Hollywood to do exactly what he wanted to do. You start off as a script doctor, then you end up getting your own scripts made. Right? At least that's what I think that trajectory is. And he was willing to play the game with the elites. He was going to be the face of the Christian Coalition with Pat Robertson, right? What happened with that? Was he sexually molested during that time? He talks about that he possibly was. He doesn't go into detail. Makes me think maybe he was. Or they attempted to molest him. Hopefully he fought out of that. I don't wish that type of thing on anyone. But if he's claiming that's what happened, this guy is claiming it. Like, I don't know, man. It's a real far stretch at this point, considering that we've caught him in several lies. So what else is he lying about? It's a very valid question from my standpoint.
And I want to see us on the winning side of all this. So I'm going to do my part to reclaim my stuff. And I'll tell you, Sean, it is a lot to suck it up.
Hey, Andreas, good to see you here. Yeah, we're getting through this. Just in the first half hour of this interview, Tom mentioned me like 2 or 3 times. He even did the whole Michigan J. Frog thing. So he knows. He watches this. And Tom, I've given you all the opportunity in the world to come on here and clear your name, and you're not doing it. I'm asking questions here that are valid, and you're laughing in my face about it, so that just proves that you have no case. You can't back up anything you're talking about. You just bring the conversation back around to something else that you've talked about a million times. You can't directly answer hard questions. You have to go beat around the bush over and over and over. Perpetual victim here. Yeah, Andreas, so like Tom mentioned about how there's other people that are claiming they want to read the script in its entirety on their shows, and they play his videos at 1.5 speed to make him sound loopy, and he does the whole like Michigan J. Frog like he said all this stuff in this half hour. But he said if I wanted to read it, because he's obviously talking about me without mentioning my name, he's talking about this show. He said it's fine if we want to read it. So he just gave us blatant permission to read it from his mouth. Meaning, If he ever attempts to try to take me to court for reading his script live on air and reviewing it and critiquing it, I can just pull back to this interview, which I have saved off of the internet, where he says it's fine. His admission to have me doing it, it's fine. If he really thought that there was a legal binding where I couldn't be allowed to read it, he wouldn't have just said it's fine. He would have said, sure, you can do it, but I'll take action against you. He didn't say that. All he said is, it's fine, yeah, go ahead. So we're going to read the entire script of The Immortals here next Sunday. Because he said it's fine. See, I'm being nice here. I'm being amicable. I took the decision to like hold off because of like copyright law, but he just gave verbal permission on video for this channel to read his script in its entirety live. And we won't go like read it through completely without any commentary. We're going to go page by page. We're going to take breaks and analyze and give my thoughts and commentary on all the words. We're going to move on to the next page. We're going to keep going like that. I might actually do Matrix on the one side and The Immortals right next to it. And it'll have me in the bottom corner, well, like right here. So that'll be the way that'll all go. But that'll be next week. That'll be next Sunday because we're already pretty far into this show, 2.5 hours. And I want to make sure that we all have the energy ready to go and do this. But we're going to squash this once and for all. We're going to read it like I intended. Like, you see, I don't like saying things and not doing them. When I said I was going to read the script, I had every intention to. Until we started looking at copyright law and like, oh, well, you need permission from the author. He just gave us permission here. And this was March 17th. So that's going to be that. Next Sunday, 11 a.m. Central Time. We will be here reading the Immortal script, breaking it down page by page, making sure that what he's claiming is accurate. And we're going to find out that it's not. We're going to see all of the generic sci-fi tropes that the judge made a written statement on the case and said that there's really, you can't like copyright stuff saying like, oh, this concept of, it's like the concept of time travel, right? Like, who owns the copyright to that? No, and it's a generic trope. So all the sci-fi tech and this, it's all tropes. It's been used many times before. Transhumanism. You can't say that's your idea, Tom. Because clearly other people have thought about it before you. The thought of living forever? That's not something you can copyright. This life here is temporary. And yeah, the concept of immortality is intriguing, right? But on a certain timeline, like, normal people here that have lifespan of 100 years, they'd go absolutely nuts living 400 years, 1,000 years. But there may be beings walking around here that are hundreds or thousands of years old and we have no clue. I'm not writing that off whatsoever. Oh. John says maybe it could be your new deep dive series. That's a good idea. Make it separate from here. Yeah, we could try that. Try that with new tags, new titles. Deep dive series into the Immortals. AKA, quote, The Matrix. Does it match up? That'll be the title, right? There's thousands of people that want to know that answer, Tom. If not tens of thousands. That's incredible. So yeah, look forward to that. It's going to be Sunday. It's going to be 11 a.m. Central Time. We'll go live. Maybe it won't be under this moniker of Let's Talk About It, but it could be a new deep dive series. That's actually really cool. Because then we could split it up into several shows. It could be that long. They can't just... If Tom wanted to go after me for any of this, can't say, oh yeah, he made a 10-episode analysis on my work and I want it all taken down. No, it's not going to happen. We're going to find out that you're a blatant liar and that all the matchups that you're claiming are either generic sci-fi tropes or there's no substance to it whatsoever. And that you're reaching for the kind of like with he said the iPad, he created the iPad. He says this. That he came up with the concept for the iPad and the Immortals. We went and looked at that page a few shows ago. It had buttons on it. It was the size of a clipboard. The iPad doesn't have buttons. It's touchscreen. So say what you will, Tom. But thanks for giving that "it's fine" quote that you just said here in this interview a month ago. I don't even know what shows he's done after this show. So this could be the most recent one. But we're watching it because Jason sent it to me through the email. He's like, hey, check this one out. And this is on a channel that's 3 times larger than this one. It has a little under 500 views. And I'm just giving statistics here.
The death of my sons and being told by contacts that they were murdered because of me not shutting up. And then my last son's life's on the line too. My last surviving son.
See, it's all hearsay for him. He was estranged from both of his sons. They both died in different circumstances. One was in a military pool. The other one was from a car accident. Tom wasn't near them either time. I don't even think he was speaking with them at the time. They were estranged. I don't think he was even allowed to go to their funerals, which is kind of sad. But he doesn't have photographs and albums. He doesn't have pictures on the wall of them together. He didn't reminisce about the good times with them at all. Them growing up, things they did together. But I went and visited another friend after I left Tom's back in 2024 in April. It's almost 2 years ago now, later this month. After I left Tom's, I went to another friend's place that they had also lost a child. But you know what the difference was with that friend? They busted out their photo album and started reminiscing about all the good times that they had together with their deceased child. Tom never did that. And to this day, he doesn't do that. Which makes me believe that he's let somebody outside of his circle call him up and say, yeah, this is why your sons were killed, because you wouldn't stop talking about all of this stuff. I mean, if he's going to chomp at the bit and believe that, like, God bless him. But that I don't believe that's what's happening here. I think he's using the names of his dead sons as emotional leverage to give credence to the bullshit he's spewing out here. We're supposed to feel bad for him and then believe whatever he's saying. And we're breaking through that barrier here through my own personal experience with my 2 eyes, my physical self being in that same house with him and not seeing a single thing memorializing his 2 sons. He says he thinks about them all day, every day, all the time. I don't know. He probably does, but he didn't talk about it with me. You'd think he'd have 1 or 2 stories that he'd share of the good times he had with his sons. Nothing. Nothing at all. You're telling me he has no memory of his sons? Just that they died? What, did he get shock treatment when he was in the mental institution? What's going on here? I'm asking serious questions. All right, let's continue on here. Like I said, we're 30 minutes into this thing. He's brought me up 2 to 3 different times. He gave me permission to read the script, so that's going to be next week's show. It's probably not going to be called Let's Talk About It. I actually like that idea, John, to make it a separate deep dive series, because we will probably have to do more than one episode covering the script. But we'll go through it page by page. We'll do everything. We'll cover it in its entirety. And we'll blow all of his manufactured lies out of the water.
Disney Contact told me that. It's hard to do this when you ask the question, is it worth it? Are audiences worth it? Is humanity getting it? That's why they send the minions like this Yissil guy and others.
Ah!
Just hit all the time, like stupid. Life's on the line too. My last surviving son. Disney Contact told me that. It's hard.
He called me by name, and he got my last name right for the first time. He always was saying Yissil, Yissil. He said it right, Yissil. That is my last name. Holy shit. Let's listen to that again.
Told by contacts that they were murdered because of me not shutting up. And then my last son's life's on the line too. My last surviving son. Disney Contact told me that. It's hard to do this when you ask the question, is it worth it? Are audiences worth it? Is humanity getting it? That's why they send the minions like this Yissil guy and others to just hit.
Nobody sent me to do anything. I'm doing this on my own volition, motherfucker.
Hit all the time, like Stewart calls a lot. They try to make it, is humanity getting it? That's why they send the minions like this Yissil guy and others to just hit. All.
My last name is Yissil. He called me out by name here. He said that I am sent as a minion to do this by somebody. No! I'm doing this myself. Nobody's telling me to do this. You wronged me, motherfucker. You asked me to help you, and then you ran away. Proves to me that you're a fucking lying piece of shit. And you deserve all the bad shit that's coming towards you, especially since you're lying all the time about shit. The karma is going to be reaped. And whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, next year, you motherfucker are gonna pay for all the shit that you've done to everyone. I'm being sent here by somebody else. No, this is my own motherfucking channel. And I get to say whatever I want on here. And that includes calling you a liar, because that's what you are. Unbelievable.
Worth it? Are audiences worth it? Is humanity getting it? That's why they send the minions like this Yissil guy and others to just hit all the time, like Stewart calls a lot. They try to make it look like
Stewart calls him a lot. You know what? I have never blocked Tom Althouse from calling, texting, instant messaging. Not once. All he did was instant message to attack me. He said, "Get a life, you man, baby." That's all he had to say. Andreas says, or well, hold on, we got Lerny here too. Lerny says, the way he talks about his sons looks like a go-to story. Yeah, it sure does. It's a good old reliable. He doesn't share any stories of memories that he has spending time with them. When on the contrary, I have other friends that have lost their children, and that's all they could do is talk about the good times they had with their children that are no longer here. Andreas in the comments here said, "Holy shit, man, seriously, if you were on the government's side, you wouldn't mention Jesus or the Father. The government doesn't like him." Exactly. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ. I give myself to Heavenly Father Creator. When I say prayers, I end it in Jesus Christ's name. You're right, Andreas. I'll read it again. Andreas said, holy shit, man, seriously, if you were on the government's side, you wouldn't mention Jesus or the Father. The government doesn't like him. Yeah. I'm not said here by the government. You fucking kidding me? You kidding me, man? Get the fuck out of here. This is my own channel, and I run it here. And nobody's coming here in the comments or in my emails from the government saying, okay, this is what you need to do next. No, I'm choosing to do all of these shows. I'm formatting these shows myself. I'm the one doing all this. Missing Time says, I think this might have been the point in the interview I hit you up. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Missing Time. Yeah, so Missing Time's the one that sent me this video. So I mentioned earlier your name. I'm trying to keep everything as anonymous as possible for the safety of my audience, but I'm here every time. This is Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissel. When have I ever not said that? This fucker saying I'm an anonymous, working for the government, D-list player. Okay, buddy, whatever you want to believe. Go ahead and believe your fantasy. That's incredible. Incredible. And then he says that Sophia Stewart's calling him up all the time. You know, I could call him and troll him, but I've never done that. All I've done is go on here and share my thoughts and opinions on what this fucker's up to. And he's up to no good. When he's lumping me in with Sophia Stewart now, not only he said that I'm just like his sister, which he's also estranged from, but he's also saying I'm like Sophia Stewart. I'm not here claiming the Matrix like you are, you dumbass.
Told me that. It's hard to do this when you ask the question, is it worth it? Are audiences worth it? Is humanity getting it? That's why they send the minions like this Yissel guy and others to just hit all the time, like Stewart calls a lot. They try.
You don't like my rapid succession of giving a critical analysis of what you're doing here? What are you doing here, Tom? What happened to your GoFundMe thing that you had going? You took it offline. You wanted $3,850 a month for what? No claim of what you're going to use the money for. That's why I said that was his property tax bill. He was trying to get paid probably because his mom probably couldn't pay it for him. And yes, his mom bought his house in Texas for him. He's 60 years old. He's 60 years old and he's relying on his mom that's in her near 90s to still buy property for him. This guy that is saying that I'm a man baby. This dude's 60 years old. Having his mom buy houses for him.
Try to make it look like humanity is not worth saving. That is a theme throughout the cabal, that the general humanity is not. And now my whole work is based on all humanities worth saving, all lives worth saving. That's not an agenda.
So we're going to get through this entire interview today. I don't care how long we're on today. We're getting through this entire interview. And so there's some of you that'll like that, some of you that won't. But like, if you don't have the time, come back later and watch this when you do have the time. Because that's all we're doing here is analyzing and critiquing what this guy's doing. And it's taking forever because he has 3-hour shows that he does. And I know that he thinks it's nearly impossible to critique what I'm doing. Imagine him going on his own channel that he doesn't have and critiquing every Let's Talk episode I've done on him. I mean, it's just too time consuming on his side. And he could do something just with little highlights saying like, oh no, like you see this is false, that what Steve is saying here and here and here, and this is why, here's my evidence. No, he's not doing any of that. And then other people, like probably Michael Jaco is probably the only one that's saying that. He's telling people that, he's telling the audience here that other people are telling him to not engage with me. It's probably Michael Jaco. It's probably Penny L.A. Shepherd. The two people that I said are his handlers. You submit to them, Tom. And that's what makes you different from me. I tell them to go get fucked. I tell them to get lost, get out of here. I don't need you around here, you sniveling snakes. I don't even have any contact with Michael Jaco. All I said to Tom was that he's handling you, Tom. And Tom didn't like that. And then Tom turns around and talks to other people. He's like, oh my God. Well, he told me Penny is my handler, and he told me Michael Jaco is my handler, and he must be wanting to get rid of all my friends, and he must be the handler. Like, Tommy, you got it all wrong. I was pointing out who was controlling you. And instead of you becoming enlightened to that fact, you just buried your head further in the sand. And then you're going on these shows talking about me. Which you're blatantly not following the advice of the people you say you're following the advice of. You say that these people are telling you not to talk about me. Here you are talking about me. So you're doing this to yourself. Thanks for the permission to read your script in its entirety, Tom. I truly appreciate that, because that really clears a lot of legal hurdles that I thought were in my way. And turns out it's all imaginary. But this here is my proof that Tom has just given me permission to read the script. And if this is the only video I see from here on out before I do it, then oh well. It's like, he's not going to come online and be like, Steve, don't do it. He said it's fine. Go ahead, read it. He said it here in this 30 minutes that we've covered already. Let's carry on here.
To bring forward.
And you know what? Fuck them. We're going back to 1.5 speed. You're just going to sound as ridiculous, but faster. That's all. Because we need to manage our time here. Okay, Tom? Just a heads up. It's the only reason it's 1.5. And for him to go ahead and discredit everything I'm doing here because I'm playing it at 1.5 speed, like, get the fuck out of here, man. Just like my comments here. Lerny said at 1.5x speed, he looks as loopy, just faster. So that's all it is. It's just faster. It's just we're covering the content faster because it's already taken us a long time to get through it. And to call out all the BS.
So that's, you talked about the battle and the swirling of it and everything else going on. There's your core of the maelstrom, right? And keep in mind, the FBI claims, and Sophia Stewart actually says the FBI works for her. They claim that I can't put two sentences together. That I mumble, make no sense, no cognitive connection at all.
Yeah, it's true. You can't give us a clear, cohesive timeline for any of this stuff going on. And it's very concerning. Because I think it has something to do with your mental health.
When I'm tested a gifted genius, probably like you are. And it's like, you know, and so what they do with that, they just tear it up. So here I am, I'm going to stick it out, and I have to grieve later for the death of my sons, because I got a job to finish. And
holy shit. He has to grieve later for the deaths of his sons because he has a job to finish. But 8 years ago, he was saying he wanted to move on from all of this. And 4 years prior to that, he was telling the courts he wanted to move on from this. So why is he still here harping on?
For that to happen. But yes, there's so many layers to it. Please go ahead and identify more of your question. It was so brilliant that you want to address that. I'm going to just skip by.
Sure, and feeling the matrix is against you, Agent Smith coming at you. So I'm sorry to hear about your children.
Yeah.
Look, he looks like flattered that the guy brought up the name Agent Smith. Tom strives. He strives to latch on to the success of others. And he's trying to say that's me doing that with him. No, I was trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with the Hollywood industry and what they possibly did to him. But he's manufactured so much around the truth of this all that it discredits him completely. And that's his own fault.
Business coming at you.
Listen,
And being on your program is a big help for that to happen. But yes, there's so many layers to it.
you're telling me he hasn't grieved in 8 years or longer over the deaths of his sons? He hasn't grieved yet? It didn't die yesterday. What the fuck is he talking about?
Please go ahead and identify more of your question. It was so brilliant that you want to address that. I might just skip by.
Sure. And feeling the matrix is against you, Agent Smith coming at you. So I'm sorry to hear about your children.
Yeah.
Okay. We need to have a zoom in here. Give me a second. See, this is why this shit takes so long. Because we're analyzing everything, which Tom doesn't like, but oh well. Oh well. Listen to this performative gasp that he does when the name Agent Smith is mentioned.
Go ahead and identify more of your question. It was so brilliant that you want to address that. I might just skip by.
Sure.
And I will play that at normal speed just for that part, and then we'll go back this fast.
And feeling the matrix is against you, Agent Smith coming at you. So I'm sorry to hear about your children.
Yeah.
If you wanted to,
See, it's like that. It's that fake reaction of like incredulousness, and then the panning around the room. There's no one else there with you, Tom. Like, who are you looking at?
you, Agent Smith coming at you. So I'm sorry to hear about your children.
Yeah.
If you wanted to,
Yeah, everyone's sorry about it. Whatever. Oh, does that make me not have a heart? No, I'm approaching this with logic, and something's not adding up here. Like I said, no photos of his dead son, so he apparently cares so much about.
you, Agent Smith coming at you. So I'm sorry to hear about your children.
Yeah.
If you wanted to tell people about that too, and
Yeah.
what, in your opinion, and why do you think the Matrix is so against you? Are they like trying to? What are they gain? What is their control mechanism? Like what? And are they like trying to? What are they gain? What is their control mechanism? Like what are you a threat in?
I moved it back to 1.5 speed. It's actually much more manageable to listen to this Sean guy talk. And it is what it is for you, Tom. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just trying to get through this faster.
And what are the things that are important to them that would be like either, I don't know, exposed or truth or like control loss? Because it already is waking the shit out of people. So like that, but like from what you're telling me that there's more that was held back, right?
So much more. Like we talk about the silver pen, creativity, and free will. They take that and make a channel change, like I said. So there's so much more. So much more, like the liquid mirrors at the train station. They're not in Morpheus' smoking room. They're supposed to be at the train station, where if you go on the take the red pill, not the blue pill, the red pill, you can pass through liquid mirrors. The red pill is offered by Smith, ordered by Smith to be taken by Neo in that scene before he sees his daughter that was taken out by the architect. The architect wants Neo in the program. He has to, or he and his family will die. So he takes it. Later, the blue pill's offered underground. So they make it Alice in Wonderland, eat me, drink me. There's another bad thing about it. What is the problem? Influence and power. A Disney rep told me on tape that it's all about power, Tom. You have to understand. When I asked, why was this done to my children and my family? Why was my work taken? You have to understand it's all about power. Well, why were my children killed? Answer on tape is, because you dared to face us down. Now, that's a very simplistic phrase for a lot of pain and suffering, right? That's a very simplistic answer. Another answer was, why would you take it? Because we can. Are we dealing with the mentality of 3-year-olds? It's like, that's their answers? That's the best they can do. No wonder they tore it up to shreds, the story. But they also said, they knew I was concerned for my last son's safety. That's why cars were pulling up to show they could get to Aiden anytime they wanted. Aiden's comment at 8 years old, he said, Dad, you keep going.
Did somebody just randomly call Tom and claim that they were an insider and they just told Tom everything he wanted to hear? Because that's what this sounds like to me. And then he just runs with it. Oh, yes, the insiders in Hollywood confirmed all of my suspicions. Who are they? Oh, they want to remain anonymous? The anonymous like you say I am, where I say my name and my channel at every opening of every video I've ever done live here?
He was 10 years old. He said, you keep going. Don't stop. You know, keep going. Finish this. And if my life is taken, don't take revenge. Just finish this job. That's why people like Steven Yissilmissil, it's like, he knew all this. And when I was with that particular person, he was laughing at the death of my son. He was laughing in front of me in my home at the death of sons. It's like,
what? That's a blatant lie. You kidding me? I was laughing at his dead. No, you motherfucker. What a fucking liar.
oh, it's like, he knew all this. And when I was with that particular person, he was laughing at the death of my son. He was laughing in front of me in my home at the death of sons. It's like, I started to see the question surface to me, where are the nice people? Where are the people with compassion?
What the fuck is that about? That is a straight up lie. I am honestly shocked. I don't know what to say. Yeah, Lerny says, I've only seen the dead son's story used for emotional leverage, not grief or anything genuine. This dude is lying, saying I was laughing at the thought of his dead sons in front of him in his house. This dude's fucking psycho. I never did that.
Just finish this job. That's why people like Steven Yissilmissil, it's like, he knew all this.
I'm going to let this play out at 1x speed so you hear this lie in real time.
And if my life is taken, don't take revenge. Just finish this job. That's why people like Steven Yissilmissil, it's like, he knew all this. And when I was with that particular person, he was laughing at the death of my sons. He was laughing in front of me in my home.
You are a motherfucking liar, Tom Althouse. I never laughed at the idea of your two dead sons in front of your face or outside of you. That's really offensive. Holy shit. Well, you just made me dig my heels in deeper on all of this, you motherfucker. I'm gonna show all of this on my reel. Like, I haven't even began pumping out all of the reels for this show. You're absolutely fucked in this entire thing that you're trying to do. This motherfucker just straight up lied, saying I laughed at the idea of his two dead sons in front of him in his house. Yeah, who's going to disprove that? There's no evidence, right? Give me a fucking break. I laughed. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. Low-level scum-sucking motherfucker.
10 years old. He said, you keep going. Don't stop. You know, keep going. Finish this. And if my life is taken, don't take revenge. Just finish this job. That's why people like Steven Yissilmissil, it's like, he knew all this. And when I was with that particular person, he was laughing at the death of my sons. He was laughing in front of me in my home at the death of...
No, I was not. You lying motherfucker. Oh, and where's my proof that I wasn't, right? That's his whole fucking thing. Lerny says, holy shit, that's so fucking low to make that up. Well, he just did it. He just made that shit up. That I laughed at his two dead sons in front of him at his house. That never occurred. That never occurred. I don't even know what to say. This piece of shit. That right there is such a gigantic lie So what else is he lying about? I think I have a leg to stand on and he has no legs to stand on with this. What the fuck? Your story, your grift is dead. You just buried it. You just buried your own grift, Tom.
That's why people like Steven Yezel, it's like, he knew all this. And when I was with that particular person, he was laughing at the death of my sons. He was laughing in front of me in my home at the death of the sons. And it's like, I started to see the question surface in me, where are the nice people? Where are the people with compassion?
He just fabricated something here. You see this? This is why I do these shows. Because he's a fucking liar. If he's lying about me, who else is he lying about? With no evidence. And he could say, I have no evidence that I didn't do it. What, am I guilty until proven innocent? Get the fuck out of here. That never happened. And I'm the one he's talking about here. That never happened. He is a fucking liar.
He was laughing at the death of my sons. He was laughing in front of me in my home at the death of the sons. And it's like, I started to see the question surface in me, where are the nice people? Where are the people with compassion? Where are the people that don't want to just, steal, take, make it, and I will do this because I get attention? But where are the...
What the fuck you think you're doing out here every time you go on a fucker's show? All you're doing is looking for attention, you little dweeb. Motherfucker. You go on here and you lie about things that never happened. Yeah, consider this my official crash out. For this fucker lying that I laughed in front of him about his 2 dead sons. This stupid son of a bitch. That never fucking happened.
The people that actually have a heart and compassion for a better world.
People that actually have a heart and compassion. Look what this motherfucker's doing. Making up shit on the fly. The next time it's going to be a different story that never fucking happened. He's a lying piece of shit. And you all seen it here first. We're the people with compassion. Lerny says, Tom Althouse, quote, where are the people with compassion? End quote. Give me a break. Yeah, give me a break. This shit's gone so off the rail. Like, this dude's career is over. His career of going from host to host and lying to them about that he's the creator of the Matrix, it's fucking done. It's done, and I'm making sure it's buried forever. He's never gonna get it. He's never gonna get what he wants with getting his script made, with getting a documentary made. He cuts everybody off right when they get to the precipice of it. They come out with their hands open, being like, we're gonna help you. We're gonna let us help. And he shuts the door on them. I'm one of them. I'm just one. That's what I'm trying to say. When a liar lies, just because the one lie is caught, oh, we're supposed to forget about it and move on. No. What are the other lies? Stupid motherfucker.
Where are the people that don't want to just, steal, take, make it, and I will do this because I get attention? But where are the people that actually have a heart and compassion for a better world? That's the people I want to know. And that's the ones I call remnant in the story. So it's nice to be able to talk to you about this. There's so much to this. I'm going to keep saying it because your questions are layered, and it's hard to answer all the layers. If you can strip the layers down, I will answer each layer because...
How about you cut all the bullshit and the lies out and you just tell the truth sometime, Tom? That would be nice. That would be real fucking nice. Instead, you're out here making up lies about me and the time I spent with you trying to help you get your vision created. I try to get you out of that loop that you're in. But no. I'm there all day, all night, 2 weeks. I had to put my resale job off to this. I had to freeze my eBay store so that I could spend time with you. I couldn't even go look for inventory in Texas while I was there because you didn't have a fucking vehicle. Because what, your son crashed the other vehicle and then you got him a Mustang with a blown muffler and you said that's the engine. and your son needs to use that vehicle at night. Even though he was home the whole time playing video games when he came home from school. He's not going out driving at 8, 9 o'clock at night, and he wouldn't let me go and drive it myself. God forbid I go and take the car out. God forbid he goes with me to Walmart more than twice in the 2 weeks. We go there once for food, makes me pay for my food. Go there a second time to pick up the notebooks and pencils, the pencils. Got pencils and notebooks to go make these 4 books. I'm not supposed to be his motherfucking therapist with all of this. I said, let's get to the bottom. Let's film a live. He didn't even want to film a live interview at his house. He refused it. Because I'm trying to get his message out there. And instead, look at this. He turns around and backstabs me and starts making shit up that I'm laughing about the death of his sons in his house. You think at that point in time I was talking, that I was questioning all that occurred with his 2 sons dying? No, I was accepting whatever he was telling me. This lying son of a bitch.
I'm just going like, wow, that's a great question. And then I'm losing the layers in the process. But
yeah, because you're a dumb fuck. That's why, Tom.
Give me one layer from it that I can address specifically also.
Sure. So, yeah, and again, sorry about your kids. If you wanted to expose that story for people to
Absolutely.
give more
Let's do that
protection
right
to you, I also go in, my thing is psionics. And I've had a lot of things try to kill me. Like stopping my heart, shutting down organs. It's awful. So I have like immunity to a lot of that now, and I'll trade your higher self like services in that, so that you get these. It's like guardian angels, like friends with the angels of death, kind of thing. And then it's like reflecting. And just so you know, it's like there's this field of a type of energy of death, and so that you can any volatile energy, you use loving detachment first, surround it. It's like a blanket of a child, or a spider web, or wrapping spray,
Right.
and then you give it love and strength, because evil doesn't. So, or
All right,
spider web, or
we're putting it back to 1.5 speed because we have to get through this.
wrapping spray,
Right.
and then you give it love and strength, because evil doesn't earn abilities; they steal them. So every one of these authorities to influence reality and like influence people, because most of these haunted elite are psychopaths or puppets to other things, is that they can be disarmed, and everything they use against you, you can you give it love, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry that asshole used you and abused you. I'm going to be a much better caretaker. So everything they send at you, you compress and give love, and then turn it to a defense, and you can use it towards death proofing, and then build like a system that automatically influences threats away, and then lessening any ones against you, any wars. And then I'd also, if I were to work with you later on, we track back what's against you and why, and then it'd go into some interesting stuff. Soft disclosure on possible things you'd work on in the future. But okay, so my question: if you wanted to expose on your kids' death, and also what do you think are against you on the scene layer and the higher layers, and has that gone into your disclosing of this as in the soft disclosure?
He's not gonna shut up about me, is he? He can't. He has to address what I'm bringing up. And the best he could do is make up bullshit lies about what I did while I was at his house. Fucking grifter.
Which works.
Beautiful. I love it. And thank you for that offer too. I will certainly take you up on that. One of the contracts I made when I was young was I don't want anybody to be hurt. That's a pretty rough contract to live up to. And so that will make you give things away. It'll make you stop trying to defend yourself. It'll make you, you become much a punching bag.
I'll tell you this much. Clips from this show is going to get inserted into the intro of this show for later. My reaction to this, what he just said, that's going to be a clip inside the intro for coming up. That's all I got to say.
But it was something that stuck in me. So that's something I need to work away. As far as the players that are involved, at the higher level, the stratosphere, it appears that I'm in favor. I keep getting this feeling of being in favor. It's like things just work out. Like it's this scenario, Sean, where I'll get that pitch session. I'll be invited in. I'll get the best job. And then it's taken away by human elements. It's almost like, like the Adam and God on the Sistine Chapel kind of thing. It's like I'm between the fingers. And it's like God keeps giving me the best, and then the Adam's taken away. So it's like, and you have to think there's a purpose for that, And so I'm like, that's how it's felt. It's like I've walked into auditions. They go, you know, you.
He used to praise me up and down. He used to just talk about all the great things I'm doing for him, how I'm a genuine, caring, smart person. Not many people can understand what he's talking about, and I'm the one understanding. He's going on to other shows saying my last name wrong. He's giving me credit here and there, but like, then he turns around and does this shit. You see that? He's making up shit now.
Had to start. I was supposed to be in like End of 1,000 Days, the miniseries. I just did a audition piece down in the Topanga Canyon, Wilkes Bolton's or theater, Wilkes. And it's like out of the wings comes this Hawaii CBS person saying we got to cast you in 1,000 Days. It's just that kind of stuff happening all the time. But the thing is, I was like always ripped away. But that was the catalyst for writing what I wrote. So the character is fallible. This whole thing with Suri is a probable response program in the Immortals before Suri is announced, published, where the character Neo character is missing his wife so bad. He's obsessed about the loss of her. He reprograms his neural enhancer, we call it, not Neuralink, neural enhancer, to simulate her with a probable response program linked to it, that his interactions with his house and anything else is in her voice, her mannerisms, everything else. Spielberg picked it up from Minority Report. And it's like, you know, it's just fascinating the film community. They're like, oh my God, this is really so revolutionary. How are you getting this? All I can say is I'm down.
Again, another, like, all-timer director, Steven Spielberg, and he's trying to be like, oh yeah, he stole my stuff too. Come on, motherfucker. You didn't even know that Philip K. Dick talked about The Matrix in the 1970s, and here you are trying to say that, oh yeah, the Philip K. Dick adaptation by Steven Spielberg stole elements of your script. No, fuck that. I'm questioning everything this motherfucker's ever said, especially now he's making shit up about me.
It just keeps coming and coming and coming. I cannot turn it off. That's why they gave it to Elon Musk to claim, who's not even really an engineer. He's more of a bullshitter. But the thing is, like, he actually was given it by Warner Brothers to claim Neuralink, and it was Paramount and Warner Brothers that renamed it Neuralink on the Star Trek Discovery series before they gave it to him. So it's not even his name for it. He's just a front man. But the neural enhancer was meant to help us heal, bring us together, and make it so that we could be connected in a way with compassion. But take it out of it and put it in the wrong hands, it becomes a device for circus tricks and also to bind us, enslave us all. Really, the Neuralink could enslave us all. If the Neuralink is taken from somebody, cut out as it is in my piece, and they put it in Elysium after my case was thrown with sequels, they had Warner Brothers with Sony.
All
Elysium.
bullshit.
And in it, they have the shard of glass cutting out the enhancer, as in mine, to download it for our character to be able to enter the other side, which they do in mine. And so what happens is that shard of glass cutting it out scene is very important because that can happen in real life. It's a warning about this device. In real life, if you're walking with your loved one and you are on this neural enhancer, as I call it, if you're assaulted and that's cut out, they have all your memories, all your intellectual property thoughts, your codes, your intimate moments, even bathing a child that you had in the bathtub can become a pedophile's wet dream. So it's like taking that link takes everything. Plus you become dependent on it in the original work. You become dependent on it where your bodily functions start to become dependent on you've lost the discipline of.
Makes me question a lot of things if he's talking about that shit. I feel like leaving a comment on this video on YouTube telling this guy that Tom lied about me reacting in a laughing manner toward the death of his sons. That's a complete lie. Especially at the time when I was at his house. Trying to help him. Let me know in the comments if you think I should leave a comment on that today before we go.
Free mind. Now, in the hands of Elon Musk and the others that are controlling him, such as Warner Brothers and the FBI, you've got a situation where they are just all set to promise the world, but they really don't understand it yet. They're getting it wrong. But I do have it published, and I'm allowed to make claims back on the tech, which is pretty amazing, besides the story.
No. It's a generic sci-fi concept. We've gone over this 1,000 times.
So it just wasn't the story they were stealing. Why they come out?
But he's going over it 1,000 times. You see, we have to continually correct the record here because he's just spewing lies in his grift that he's doing here.
So hard, it was the tech, which is worth a fortune. And in fact, Sean, and your audience, the Wachowskis announced in 1995 they wanted to do Jack's the Neck for real. Now, why did they say that? Because when they were given the story to steal, finally, after doing an article that they wanted to be given the science project, they didn't even call it Matrix or Immortals. Then they announced we want to do Jack's Neck for real. What they were trying to do was force Warner Brothers' hands to let them have the tech on top of the story. See, you got the story, let's go for the next jelly bean in the jar. And Warner Brothers slapped them back. They told them basically, what I'm told, is that we decide who will front the tech. And they finally settled on a guy who wasn't even an engineer, but was good at bullshitting. And that was Elon Musk. So that's why they did Iron Man 2 with Elon Musk in it. No reason to be there at the race scene. There's no reason for him to be there. But he's there talking like, yeah, I got an idea for a jet. What? He's just interrupting the movie with an info commercial about Elon Musk. Then you've got also in young Sheldon, also Warner Brothers.
Maybe because they wanted to make an X-Men reference about an invisible jet. You ever think about that, Tom? And maybe inserting Elon Musk in it because he was involved with other tech at the time? No, he doesn't want to address that. It's just they stuck him in there because of Tom, right? Whatever.
It's in the thing where they showed Elon Musk stealing the rocket tech from Sheldon's notebook, playing himself stealing the tech. That's a shaming thing. And then you've got him doing Star Trek Discovery, where the exec who took my work at Warner Brothers went over to Paramount, and they put in neural enhancer, just as I called it, and then switch it to Neuralink in episode 6 of season 1. And then they talk about Elon Musk Junior High, final grooming, giving it to him, which means they can pull it back from him. They have proof that he didn't create it. They stole it from the Immortals, which was published. They kept arguing it's not published with me, but it's published. So they stole it from me, and so they feel right now, if my case was thrown in the sequels, that they own it, and they can dictate to Elon Musk what they want him to do. Otherwise, they can yank it back. They have proof that they had it before he did, even if it wasn't from me first. Isn't that wild? So that tech is hotly contested. You talk about the mail star, or the big fight going on. It really is over that tech. If you want to say that my boys died, why they died, it's probably because of that tech. And what it could do to our world. Influence, power, control.
No.
As the father of that tech, I need to get it back. I don't care what my ratings are in the world. I don't care how I'm viewed beyond the curtain. Behind the curtain, I'm told that agencies and different Hollywood execs see me as the golden goose, they say, the star player on the bench. They know I wrote it, and that's part of
Yeah, the golden psyop, right?
their calling card they use. They'll say, look, we want you to be a script doctor when you come in-house. We know you wrote it. Public is dumb. They don't get it. We know you wrote it. You come and work for us. What, to launder other people's work? Cannot do. So I'm left on the outside, Sean, being considered, being mocked by all these low-level guys. They use low-level guys to make it like...
No, he got offered work in Hollywood and he turned it down because he wasn't going to get name credit for being a script doctor. And all he wants is attention, which is why he continually goes on these host podcasts and says the same shit over and over and over again and makes up lies about his ex-host, like me. So who else is he lying about? What else is he lying about? Probably a lot.
association with the level. Anyway, my sons died this way. Sean died in a, excuse me for feeling this, but Sean died, and keep in mind Sophia Stewart says I show no feelings. Yeah, right, okay. Sean died.
He shows no feeling. He has no sense of the fact that his sons died. It's almost like it's a fabricated thing, which that's really far for me to go. Right? Oh, how dare you, Steve? But he just said that I laughed in front of him in his house about his 2 dead sons. No, that never occurred. He's making shit up. He has no photographs of those 2 sons up in his house anywhere. He spent more time feeding his plecos than he did talking about his sons. Andreas says, oh, this dude, same memo again and again. Famous studios taking his ideas from years ago, from his Immortals, despite these movies having no real connection to him. Exactly, Andreas. It's the same shit over and over again. He could have been a script doctor and worked his way up in Hollywood. Like, that's a pretty high position. You're getting asked to fix up scripts for certain major studios, and then you get offered a green light on one of your original scripts. No, he doesn't think like that. He's just like, I want my name up there so I can point in the theater and be like, hey, it's just me. It's me. Talking about people wanting attention. Look at what he's doing. That's all he wants is attention. I'm here on my own volition. I chose to be here today. Nobody called me from the government and said, hey, Steve, go fucking trash Tom Althouse. No, I'm doing this today because I choose to. You know, like Neo says at the end of Revolutions. Why? Why do you keep going? Says Smith. Neo responds, because I choose to. I'm here because I choose to be here. Not because some government operative has called me, texted me, sent me an instant message, been in my emails. None of that's happened. Nobody's coaxed me to go out. Yeah. Continue trashing Tom, right? No, I'm calling shit out. And then he's on here lying about me. About multiple things. And if he's lying about me, what else and who else is he lying about?
Died in a car accident.
His name is Sean?
Sean Michael. I named him Sean Michael.
Yeah. My name, are you saying Sean?
Sean
my name
Michael.
is Sean. My name is Sean Michael Bond, by the way.
Oh my God.
He knew this. He knew this before they went on. he wouldn't, because I already said, oh yeah, Sean, the guy's name is Sean. Probably he's like, oh yeah, my name is Sean. My son's name is Sean. So let's do a host. This seems like it's meant to be. Host me on your channel and let's do a video. Like, I'm sure that's what went down at that UFO convention. Sean? Oh yeah, one of my dead sons' his name's Sean. Okay, let's get on here. So let's watch this reaction by Tom again.
My name, are you saying Sean?
Sean
My name is Sean. My name is Sean Michael Bond, by the way.
Oh my God. All right, you just made the writer of the Matrix go, wow. Well, writers Immortals, Immortals didn't climb Matrix. Oh my God, I need a moment. Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, synchronicity, right?
Holy
Yeah, we'll have to explore them.
Did you hear that too? He slipped up and said the writer of the Matrix. He's claiming to be the writer of the Matrix. So anybody in my comments saying that I'm lying about that, here he is straight up saying he is the writer of the Matrix. And then he corrects himself, right? But he let it slip up. That's what he believes. That's what he tells others. That's what he told the hostess at Texas Roadhouse when we went to go celebrate for getting so much work done on the book before I left. He went up to the hostess with the phone. You see the clock? See the clock from the Animatrix? It has the one hand on 1 and one hand on the 5 and the 7, and it's saying something about me and my age and my birthday. And oh, Tom. The hostess just wants to sit us down to eat.
Sean
My name is Sean Michael Bond, by the way.
Oh my God. All right, you just made the writer of the Matrix go, wow. Well, writers Immortals, Immortals didn't climb Matrix. Oh my God, I need a moment. Wow.
Yeah, synchronicity, right?
Holy
Yeah, we'll have to explore that more. Why?
Yes, I'm glad we'll be meeting at the conference. This is crazy.
The conference. For more attention, Tom, right? Not because you're going to be putting a case together and going to court again, but this is what you want to do, a traveling roadshow. He told me this himself. Him and me going around from channel to channel, traveling across the country, going on all these shows, talking about how everybody's wronged Tom. He told me this. He said he wants the yachts. He wants to be meeting with world dignitaries, talking peace. This is where he thinks all this is going. $2 billion he thinks he's owed. But 12 years ago, he was ready to settle for, what, 60 grand? To move on with his life. He's not moving on here, is he?
That's what happens in my life. Everything just works this way. Remember I said everything just falls in place, and then it's taken away. It's like I'm a chicken being fed the feed, and these other chickens take it all, and I don't get to eat. It's like, here's the best, Tom. And it's like, well, I didn't get to eat that. Anyway, but yeah, so yeah, Sean.
Yeah, because you refused to eat it, you dipshit. You got offered positions in Hollywood, and you refused them. Yeah, good for you. But you refused them because you weren't going to be able to point at your name at the credits in the theater with your friends and family and be like, that's me. Look at that's me. Look at me.
Michael was killed when Joel Silver is in Canada doing Altered Carbon. So Altered Carbon, the premise was, I'm glad you're letting me speak about this one too, because Altered Carbon's premise is the rich in the future have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. The very premise of this piece, Immortals. That's why it's called.
So what about the creator of Altered Carbon? Because that's a completely different person. And you're trying to say that they were assigned to use parts of your script in theirs? Yet you don't want your script to be altered in any way whatsoever? And you think all these other people are just letting the Hollywood studios insert all of these immortal scenes and visuals in there and concepts? Like, get the fuck out of here, man. He approaches this at such a selfish perspective. Me, 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 me. This happened because they were doing this, and it's because of me.
All the Immortals, right? That's why Warner Bros. Copyrighted the Immortals. The poor is used as pawns. The very premise of this piece, Immortals. That's true, because Altered Carbon's, yeah, fed the.
Yeah, synchronicity, right?
Holy
Yeah, we'll have to explore that more. Why?
Yes, I'm glad we'll be meeting at the conference. This is crazy. That's what happens in my life. Everything just works this way. Remember I said everything just falls in place, and then it's taken away. It's like I'm a chicken being fed the feed, and these other chickens take it all, and I don't get to eat. It's like, here's the best, Tom. And it's like, well, I didn't get to eat that. Anyway, but yeah, so yeah, Shawn Michael was killed when Joel Silver is in Canada doing Altered Carbon. So Altered Carbon, The premise was, I'm glad you're letting me speak about this one too, because Albert Carbon's premise is the rich in the future have immortality, the poor is used as pawns. The very premise of this piece, Immortals. That's why it's called The Immortals, right? That's why Warner Bros. Copyrighted the Immortals title. So what you got is, Joel Silver and this team called it laissez-faire, mundane, regular nothing. As soon as my case on the sequels is thrown, that's very important, just the sequels, we're gonna do Matrix. When that's thrown, suddenly we have the exec at my deposition going over to Kate Chilton, who was one writing letters to Sophia Stewart instructing her she get 5 to 7 millions for handling me. Here we found that. So she goes over to Netflix to be in charge of litigation content control. Think of it. So there she goes, and then here comes Joel Silver to Netflix to do Altered Carbon, saying that very premise I just described that he called mundane is the greatest sci-fi concept in history. But it's a warning to everybody, a warning that I whispered through art, that is the plan, that the rich in the future have immortality, the rest of us are used as pawns as a service class. So that's what's coming. But I'm going to fight my way. They said they put me in my own movie. I'm in my own movie. You said about the Matrix? Yes, I'm in the Matrix. And what's going on?
Yeah, and are all of these hosts and people that are helping you, are they all your pawns for you to achieve immortality in the story of Hollywood? That you are seeded through all of these different films because they stole bits and pieces of your script and put them in all these 20-odd plus movies, probably 50, 100 at this point, they're claiming. Kung Fu Panda, Ratatouille. Those two alone are red flags for me, man. You went too far with trying to claim everything under the sun, saying that, it was all you. But here you are, being on these shows, spewing bullshit, not working on your case, not working on the documentary, not working on your script to make it into a feature with anybody. And you have the audacity to come on this person's show and lie about what I did while you had me over at your house. You slimeball motherfucker. Missing Time says, I'm starting to think Tom created the sci-fi genre. Yeah, right? Yeah, Shakespeare stole from Tom too, you know that? Yeah. Tom invented time travel. He went and met all the different historical figures in time. He influenced all of them. That's why we're here where we're at today. It's all because of Tom, right? Tom made Eve eat the apple in the Garden of Eden. Yep. But he wasn't the snake. He was just a time traveler. He tried to stop her from eating it, right? What the fuck? Lerny says, Tom Althouse lives in his own sci-fi world. That is true. It is complete fabrication. He is the celebrity in his own mind. I tried to give him a platform. Like, you see how he flips this? He tries to make it look like I'm the beggar asking for clout. But no, I saw credibility in his story. He seemed really washed out. He's on the shows, some shows with like moppy hair and shit, like he just jumped out of a pool. And like, bug-eyed and going, like, come on, man. Like, have some composure in any of your interviews that you're doing. But like, I brought him on this channel to give him exposure. I was already established as a channel, and I brought him on here. And then this channel helped him get into all of these other avenues that he's in. And he has the audacity to go on here and lie about me. In the most vile way. Trying to say I was laughing at his dead sons. Like, I thought it was funny that they died? Is that what you're trying to say? You're a stupid motherfucker for making a lie up like that.
As I'm trying to do what my character did in here. The Neo character in here, which I call Thomas A, is fighting for the rights for everybody. But I didn't have in the story that he's being mocked the whole time.
No, you didn't call him Thomas A in that fucking story, you motherfucker. Man, this guy just keeps lying and lying. Let's go back a few seconds.
To do what my character did in here. The Neo character in here, which I call Thomas A, is fighting.
The Neo character in here, which I call Thomas A. That is another lie. His Neo character is not named Thomas A.
For the rights for everybody. He's used as pawns as a service class. So that's what's coming. but I'm going to fight my way. They said they put me in my own movie. I'm in my own movie. You said about the Matrix? Yes, I'm in the Matrix. And what's going on is I'm trying to do what my character did in here. The Neo character in here, which I call Thomas A, is fighting for the rights for everybody. But I didn't have in the story that he's being mocked the whole time by those he's trying to save. Picture a guy trying to carry people out of the fire.
Yeah, because you're not writing the story of the world, dude. And all you're doing is burying your credibility here.
And they're biting and kicking. Yes, yes. I mean, I'm mocked the whole time by those he's trying to save. Picture a guy trying to carry people out of the fire, and they're biting and kicking. Yes, yes. I mean, I will admit, there's been times I just want...
Something was cut there. We're going to go back and try to listen to that.
Those he's trying to save. Picture a guy trying to carry people out of the fire, and they're biting and kicking. Yes, yes. I mean, I will admit, there's been times I just want to throw down the lot of them and just go, forget this. I'm tired of being...
I don't know what...
Yes.
I don't know what he... This host said something under his breath. Pretty snide, probably, because of the way... Look at how Tom's reacting, wide-mouthed and shit. I can't pick up what this guy said here.
But I didn't have in the story that he's being mocked the whole time by those he's trying to save. Picture a guy trying to carry people out of the fire, and they're biting and kicking. Yes, yes. I mean, I will admit, there's been times I just want to throw down the lot of them and just go, forget this. I'm tired of being bitten, but I'm going to finish the job. I'll finish the job. But this is encouraging that your name is Shawn Michael Bond. It's like, it's too funny.
It's crazy. Like, it's I already get like when I watch like The Matrix, like all these weird...
He went to these conferences and he found the one person that shared the same middle name and first name as one of his deceased sons and wanted to do a show with him. What are the odds of that? Almost like he was farming for it. He was going to pick out certain people. Oh, Tom. In many ways, you are very childish. And making up lies is very childish. Like, I would never laugh at the thought of your two dead sons. In front of you, no less. What I am laughing at is how you're presenting everything and how you have no compassion or empathy that you claim you have. All you do is talk about... You use your sons as props. All you do is talk about how they died, what, and that the fact that they died. But you have no stories about the memories you have about when they were living. And while all this shit was going down, what their thoughts were on it. You have one line you say about Aiden, who's the one that's still alive. And you're saying about how he's like, keep going, Dad, even if they take me out. Dude. What kind of melodrama is this shit?
Weird vibes and goosebumps and stuff. So thank you for doing that. It's like definitely touched upon higher dimensions. So I already can tell we're like soul family. So I'm glad that we're like connecting this like weird synchronicity. I'm sure we'll find more.
Well, that's beautiful. Can I tell you about the green scrolling blips? Where that comes from? Now, Warner Brothers says, and thank you for that. That means a lot to me. Chill.
Yeah, you know, I do want to go on this guy's channel under this video on the comments and say that is a blatant lie that I laughed in front of Tom in his house about the death of his two dead sons. I really want to leave a comment from this channel's account. And this guy will probably delete it or block it or whatever, but I feel I have an obligation to defend myself and call out that that was a lie. Such an incredulous one at that.
Already. Green scrolling blips is what Warner Brothers says. They wrote Sophia Stewart and said, we're not claiming the title. You can have the title. And she didn't come up with Matrix. She just gets she's claiming it as a paralegal because it's not on the books. So she's going to step in and claim it because Warner Brothers didn't even want the title. The Wachowskis came up with it when the Warner Brothers wanted Immortals. I was supposed to be out of the picture. So they don't want the Matrix title. But they said what we do claim is the green scrolling blips. What's interesting about that claim is that in the piece here, green scrolling blips Yeah, it's all through my work. And it even says in my work, green scrolling blips, occasionally blue. Now that's important. It's very important. Because as, I talk about the higher level universe thing, the upper dimension, I would see.
Is he going to start talking about how he created Windows and that Microsoft stole it from him? He said this too. This is one of his claims. One of his claims is that he created Windows. That he pitched the idea to a professor and then somehow Bill Gates got the green light to make it or some shit. He claims that he created Windows, okay? So on top of everything else, Neuralink too, like he thinks he's Elon Musk himself in many ways. Lerny says Thomas A sounds suspiciously self-referential. Yeah. Well, I think he was tripping up because that's not the name of his character in the Immortals. That's a straight up lie too. That's not the name of the character. Well, what is it, Steve? Well, let's look. I'm going to look for myself here. I'm going to see if I could just find it really quickly browsing through here. Just give me a second. I believe it's Jim. His character's name, so the one that is supposed to be Neo or Thomas Anderson, the name in his script, The Immortals, is Jim. Jim. How does he confuse Thomas A with Jim? It's because he's constantly calling his character that's named Jim Neo on all of these podcasts that he goes on. And Behringer is the name of his Smith character. Yet you never hear him mention Behringer. What he should be doing here, and he's not, is saying Behringer, aka Smith. He's not. He's just saying Smith, or Smith character, or Neo and Smith, and Trinity. His Neo character that he claims is the one that was stolen from his movie, from his script, his name in the script is Jim. But you won't hear that from Tom here.
See things, and I've not talked about this before, so here's another box open. I would see a blue, maybe others know this too, a blue flash on a person's right eye when I'm talking to him would tell me, and I took it as this, that they're telling me the truth. That's just important to pay attention to. I would see a blue flash. And so I put green scrolling blips, occasionally blue, as a call to a remnant that they might just, if somebody knows what that means, they would contact me. We can gather a remnant to make a better world.
Oh,
and
sorry, Andreas, I didn't read your comment here. Andreas says, oh man, if only he did forget this crap and started putting this effort into his life instead of using this energy to lie and try to portray himself as this famous movie maker. Yeah, if only, right, Andreas? I think he'd have a pretty successful life doing things if he wasn't bringing up that his script was stolen every 5 minutes. It's probably why he can't get any work. Like, he's pretty well established, right? He has a whole theater history background. Like, he could be directing plays in theaters all over Texas. Why is he not doing that? Because he's spending the time here doing this. And the same thing can be said for me. Like, Steve, why are you spending time? Well, I'm trying to, salvage my name from this motherfucker because I had him on for so long. And just now we're pairing up with the amount of interviews versus the amount of, Let's Talk shows. But, I can only spend so much time on this myself. That's why I don't do this every day. I do this one day out of the week, and then the rest of the week I take care of my life. And I don't share everything about my life on here because it's not needed. Plus, you have these motherfuckers that will try to go attack me for everything I'm trying to do positively in my life.
So it's a piece buried in like mashed potatoes and Close Encounters, you know, and so on the plate. So what it came from was I hated the early systems of computer systems with a green DOS program, DOS, whatever programs, and I hated it. So I was mocking it in my own work.
Yeah, he's going to start talking about Windows. Like, I just have a feeling.
Green scrolling blips. And I pitched it that way. I said I was really sick of those green scrolling blip things that go down the old computer systems. So what they do, Warner Brothers claims that they're claiming the green scrolling blips. It's like, all right. But there's a scene where a character is driving a...
So, like, with all of these instances of him saying these actions that the studios took and everything, he should have something to back up all of this. Like, here's where Warner Brothers claimed the green scrolling blips. He's not doing that. Just like everything else. It's just supposed to be taken at his word. A lot of this hearsay without actual any physical evidence.
Oh, wait, let's see what I can find it here. He's driving a... here's right here. Okay, I gotta hold this up. You gotta see this. Besides Shawn Michael blowing me away, I want you to see this. So on page 110 of this fully copyrighted, so if you see where it says it's forgery, these gold seals and everything from the Copyright Office and the PA number and the signatories there make it's not a forgery.
Yeah.
But look at this line right there. Can you see that line right there? The top line.
No, I can't really see it. Let's zoom it in. Oh, it's actually showing a page. I'm proud of you, Tom. Alright, let's make my window smaller here. Interior, tunneler, underground. A young driver is having a blast operating the tunneler and playing loud music. He watches the screen showing the scrolling map in green with blips on it. Okay. Well, I mean, the green screens of all of these older computers, that's all been around before the Matrix. That's actually why the Matrix used it. I believe more that they were pulling off of past history of stuff, not pulling it from this guy's script here. Lerny says the only relation Tom Althouse has with Windows is that when he rides on a bus, he will lick the windows. See, I'm not the one saying this stuff, Tom. It's my comments. It's the people watching this. You know, the same people that you laughed about. You say, I make up a lie saying I'm laughing about the death of your two dead sons in front of you. No, I never fucking did that. But these people that you shrugged off when I said my audience is waiting for you to be on the show. They want to see you. Instead, you think it's some selfish thing on my end. Like, oh, no, I need to get the show running. You need to be here. Well, I tell people that you're going to show up and they're looking forward to seeing you. And then you no-show. Then you say I no-showed. And this was within a 5-minute window because your psychosis is kicking in. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Tom. It's my viewers saying that you're licking windows because that's the type of person you are. And you know what? I'm agreeing with them. Oh, does that hurt your feelings? Where's your compassion, Steve? Where's your empathy, Steve? I love you, and I respect you, and I care about you. Should I do the platitudes like Cody Rhodes? Yeah, I'm your American nightmare, Tom.
Says he, yeah, a young driver is having a blast, right? You see that? And he's what? Navigating with a green screen.
So that one line, I mean, come on, man.
There it is right there. So they did that exact scene right there, just one of them.
And a tunneler, not a hovercraft. A tunneler sounds like, you know, digging a hole through the ground, not running through old sewer systems in a levitating vehicle.
Matchups wins it. That's just one of the matchups where they did exactly the African American guy with headphones on, listening to loud rock music, watching the screen.
Oh, when is he African American? It just says a young driver. How is he saying that, like, he also intended it to be an African American actor? You see how stupid this all is? And I'm taking the time out of my own day to cover all this stuff. I don't have anybody in the government telling me, oh yeah, do a show about Tom. No, that's not happening. I'm doing this on my own volition. You stupid bitch.
Matchups wins it. That's just one of the matchups where they did exactly the African American guy with headphones on, listening to loud rock music, watching the screen, guiding the Nebuchadnezzar ship, using the green scrolling blips. Complete layered matchup. And so we've got them. That's why they had to supply.
No, I'll tell you right now, that's not a matchup. I could think back to, who is it? Link in Reloaded? With the music? I don't know. We're going to get to the bottom of it, though. He said it's fine to read his entire script on air. He knows about my intentions of doing that, and he said it's fine. On this show, he said it's fine.
From attorneys.
I take that as being granted permission to do so by the author. Right?
And forced that I'd only claim sequels. And here's another thing for you, Sean. When Sophia Stewart contacted me, she said, you claim Matrix 2 and 3, I'll claim 1. You're the missing link. Before they even claimed it, narrow link. Interesting. You're the missing link. They didn't want me claiming Matrix 1 because we'd win. So claiming the sequels is asinine. It's like, I understand that. But they bound me with a legal contract that ChatGPT said at 5 flags and a criminal clause that said even if I fired him, I would lose everything, basically. It's insane. I'll show you later. Anyway, so we got it. Where are we right now? A winning team. There's no way I can see to lose this. You know, I don't see it unless there's a bullet to my head, which has been threatened many times, or doctors putting me away, which Sophia Stewart sent me a message they would before one of the Baker Acts was tried. I've gotten out 6 times they tried to put me away. That's crazy. Thinking he wrote The Matrix. Well, I'm the only one that actually holds the copyright, especially when it...
Well, you're talking to an audience of Sonic users, so like, please keep making the case, because like if you want help and influence on this, we got you.
Spreading the word would be great, and also...
No, you see, he doesn't want... all he wants is for people to share these interviews to other people who have never heard about him. He doesn't want anything done about this stuff. He's pushed away everybody that's tried to help him. Andreas says nothing about headphones either. I'm thinking the music is blasting from the cockpit in the tunnel thing, in the tunneler thing. There's like, they have the headset where they're talking to the people in the program, in the Matrix. That's about it. If there's, like, we'd have to go back and look at all that, but like, I can confidently say right now that it's not a solid matchup. You need a little more than that there. Just a young driver? What are you going to call Tank a young driver? Tank was like in his 30s.
Countering some of these minions that are assigned, one of the best tactics they came up with, I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry. But Sean, one of the best tactics they came up with was using D players. Using low-class players to poo-poo, shoot me down, it's annoying because it just...
It's annoying. Well, guess what, guy? I'm doing this all on my own. I'm not having anybody tell me to do this. And that probably scares the shit out of you.
Some of these minions that are assigned, one of the best tactics they came up with, I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry. But Sean, one of the best tactics they came up with was using D players. Using low-class players to poo-poo, shoot me down, it's annoying because it just...
He brings me up every 10 minutes on this show. We're in 54 minutes into this show that he did. He's bringing me up multiple times. By name, too, multiple times. And lied about what I did while I was at his place. Because I'm guilty until proven innocent, right? Well, where's your proof, Steve? Well, it's my word. I was there. I never did that shit to him. He's trying to paint a picture like I'm this callous, unforgiving, unempathetic person. Dude, I was believing your story for 2.5 years. I was giving you a platform to speak it on. I was doing you a favor. You said I saved you. That you were probably thinking about unaliving yourself. Being careful with my words here. When I was at his place, he was talking about how he might not be here and I need to carry on his work. Some of the things he said that were incredulous, yeah, I was like, like I don't know how to answer some of these things. And then he takes it like I'm going, like he's trying to portray that I did that when he brought up his sons. Like, come on. I do, like, we talked about this too at his place. That when I'm like unsure of something, I'll have a little giggle before I say anything. And with him saying all these incredulous things and I'm trying to believe it, I'm like, okay, so then what's next? What are we doing now? Like, I'm trying to move the conversation forward, and he's taking it like I'm going, your sons are dead. Like, that's what he thinks I'm doing. And he's probably going to go clip that too and be like, see, I told you. It's so far from the truth, it's not even funny.
Muddies the water for audiences to understand what's going on. And all they hear is this he said, she said, like elementary school banter. And that's what that one channel you look at, and maybe looks at that one Yissilmissil one. You'll see there's, what, someone just told me the other day, 31 episodes of just, you know.
Hit like and subscribe. Thanks for the free advertisement, buddy. He makes sure that he mentions me by name and the channel now. He mentioned the channel, Yissilmissil. He said it the right way. The whole time I was interviewing him, he couldn't say it the right way. Now he's saying it correctly. He's saying Steven Yissel, Yissilmissil Productions. Oh, he's saying it the right way now. Now that I'm questioning everything he's doing, now he'll say the right way so that people can find me. And good. Everybody come here and see what Tom's doing here. See what Tom's trying to paint a picture of me as. Slimy motherfucker.
Low-class players to poo-poo, you know, shoot me down it's annoying because it just muddies the water for audiences to understand what's going on. And all they hear is this he said, she said, like elementary school banter.
That's what you do. All Tom does is be like, oh, somebody called me up and told me that they gave me confirmation bias that my sons were killed because I was trying to make my script legit and call out Hollywood for stealing it. Really? Who was that person? Oh, they need to be anonymous. Okay. Well, that's fortunate for you, isn't it? Oh, and somebody so-and-so told me this. Where's the proof?
Muddies the water for audiences to understand what's going on. And all they hear is this he said, she said, like elementary school banter.
No. What happens here, dude, brother, this dude called me his brother. That's how much trust was between us before he started doing his stupid shit. Hold on, I gotta get my thought back.
For audiences to understand what's going on. And all they hear is this he said, she said.
Yeah, the he said, she said, back and forth banter. You know what? I have credibility for my experience with your sorry ass. And me speaking about all of this, yeah, you don't like it, but the rest of the people watching have to hear it. Because clearly you're not on this channel anymore. because I called out the handlers that you consider friends. One day they won't be around anymore, or, you know, maybe it'll be the other way around if they get their way, right? You're always talking like you're about to have your life ended. What position you put me in doing that? While I'm helping you. Oh, you might have to carry on my works. You're part of the story now, Stephen. That's what he would say.
Like elementary school banter. And that's what that one channel, if you look at, and maybe look at that one Yissilmissil one, you'll see there's what someone just told me the other day, 31 episodes of just, you know, when that person had said, oh my God, this is so clear for 5 years or so. So what I'm saying is that helps that people can go.
No, you got the number wrong. There's 22 interviews with Tom. The 23rd interview that was going to happen didn't. So I went on and showed his breakdown over a 5-minute window, and he sent me this long text, showed it on screen, sent me an email after that, showed that on screen, showed how he flipped from saying let's move on to let's never talk again within the same email. The guy doesn't know what he wants to do. And then I give him months to come back and like make things right. Doesn't happen. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. 7 months I waited until I started this series. Let's talk about it. And we're on episode 22. Ain't that something? And this show, we just got permission from him. He said it's fine to read the script in its entirety on this channel. And he's promoting it. He's not that smart.
No, I think there's a possibility this might be right. There's a possibility this could be good for us all. Because that's my goal, making it good for us all. Sorry, no, I don't. That one channel you could look at, and maybe look at that one Yissilmissil one, you'll see there's what someone just told me the other day, 31 episodes of just, you know, when that person had said, oh my God, this is so clear for 5 years or so. So what I'm saying is that helps that people.
He probably got the numbers mixed up because I'm currently posting reels onto Instagram from episode 13. And we're on episode 22. I haven't even gotten started putting reels up yet. He has no idea. I was going to make 1,000 reels supporting him. And I hit 300, and then he pulled this bullshit of like, let's never talk again. So I started making reels based off of this content from Let's Talk About It, and that's doing great too. It's doing real well. Because I'm making solid points. And he will not address the things I'm bringing up. Because I'm so mean and hateful. No. I'm just asking questions. And this guy wants to act like a child himself. He's deflecting here, saying it's elementary school talk and everything. No, I'm here as an adult questioning what the fuck he's doing with his life at 60 plus years old. And then he has the audacity to come on these shows and talk crap about me the way he does. He has no leg to stand on for that.
We can go, no, I think there's a possibility this might be right. There's a possibility for 5 years or so. So someone just told me the other day, 31 episodes of just, you know, when that person had said, oh my God, this is so clear for 5 years or so. So what I'm saying is that helped.
No, and again, he's exaggerating. 5 years working with him? No. I worked with him for 2.5 years. So again, he's like doubling numbers, inflating numbers. Like, what are we to believe from him? It was 2.5 years he was on this channel. He says it's 5. What am I supposed to say? Other than he's a liar.
So people can go, no, I think there's a possibility this might be right. There's a possibility this could be good for us all. Because that's my goal, making it good for us all. Sorry, Sean, I jumped right on you.
Yeah, you're right. And so, yeah, especially, so, you know, we can all influence reality and it was we unite together. So feel free to present your case, and then that will help people decide on the push and amplification. As it does appear the Matrix is against you. I'd like to go into why do you think that is? What do you think the Matrix is? But also, do you think they're afraid of? They want the technology that are.
This dude's roommate is making popcorn or something in the room, isn't there? Like, isn't he? What's that noise happening in the background of the host?
Do you think they're afraid of? They want the technology that are presented in Neuralink. So do they have like rights to it, or like how are they going to gain more control of this? How are you a threat to this? And what is this involved? And what else are they afraid of?
That's why I was important from this early case. That's why Stewart, working with the attorney, was had a suspended license, wasn't even eligible to practice law. Didn't tell me that. Defense attorneys, all defense attorneys on both sides, and defense attorneys. There was never a prosecutor involved. And so what they did was they were concerned, yes, about the influence, the power, but also what Neuralink can do, which is neuroenhancer. Calling it Neuralink in that program, like I said, Star Trek Discovery, switching it from neuroenhancer, it's like Solomon's baby again. My baby's called neuroenhancer, theirs is called Neuralink. They're going to link everybody together, which is not a good thing. Mine is enhance us, our cognitive abilities, and the ability, even that library of memories where we live the ancestors' memories, is all about benevolence and compassion. Total difference between the takes. They wanted to apprehend or take it and turn it into something really rough. Joel Silver even said, I don't make or create art, I acquire it. Okay, well, he did. So, yes, the big threat.
Well, like you're acquiring all of these big names in the movie industry and the most major titles that have ever been released, and you're claiming them as your own. It's very hypocritical of you, isn't it, Tom? Andreas says, dude, seriously, at least have some form of soundproof room to have interviews. Yeah, I don't know what the heck that was going on there.
Apprehend or take it and turn it into something really rough. Joel Silver even said, I don't make or create art, I acquire it. Okay, well, he did. So, yes, the big threat is having influence. Let's say suddenly it's clear. We've won our case on The Matrix, which never happened yet. The movie's made.
Notice, I haven't really said anything bad about this Sean guy. I usually wait a long time before I pass judgment on people. I need to have a stockpile of evidence to the contrary of what these assholes are saying before I come up here and be like, no, that's wrong. And I let a lot of stuff slide with Tom in the past. No more. Oh, so bad, so sad.
No brainer, there's the matchups. Now they're saying no one's going to come and see it. We can just push that one aside. I'm sure people will come and see it to see what it makes sense. Or even if they hate me, they'll come to see it, to be able to hate more. But the thing is,
this dude thinks that, like, I have hatred towards him. Do you believe this? He just thinks anybody that contradicts him somehow hates him. No, dude. I have all the love in the world for you. I find it very sad that you're going down this road of lies and deceit and grifting, going to UFO conferences, telling people you wrote The Matrix, which is a blatant lie. And you don't fluff, you could start it off by saying, I wrote The Immortals, this and this, and then you have that attention-grabbing moment where, like, and then it was developed into what we know today as The Matrix. But he'll never do that. Because it's me all the time with Tom.
doing that, influence, I think we could agree, would be garnered. It's like you would have influence if you're the actual writer, especially if you went 3 decades, lost your sons trying to suffer this, and suddenly it came true, it was real, and you get to tell the people what it was supposed to mean and what the themes were, and how it was supposed to help humanity. It was a gift to humanity where we can all create our own story from it. One of the reasons was, one of the techniques was to leave the backstory, a lot of it out, so people fill in their own personal experiences and make it their own. But the idea was I was going to release the copyright to everybody, that everybody could do their take on it, and now you have one piece.
Yeah, you see that? There he goes again, talking about releasing the copyright so everyone can do their own take on his work.
Gift to humanity where we can all create our own story from it. One of the reasons was, one of the techniques was to leave the backstory, a lot of it out, so people fill in their own personal experiences and make it their own. But the idea was I was going to release the copyright to everybody, that everybody could do their take on it, and now you have one piece that may generate millions of other work. No ceiling on what's possible creative-wise. A NASA scientist had called me after I had done this one interview.
Yeah, as long as we credit you as the original writer of whatever anybody puts out there, right? You can have all these creative geniuses writing these scripts, but as long as they credit you for the story structure, the core structure, that's all you care about. Me.
That might have been the Roseanne Barr one. But he called me and said, yeah, I work at NASA. And I was like, you're a rocket scientist? Yeah, it's such an honor to talk to you, Tom. I'm like, it's an honor to talk to you too. And he's like, one of the biggest fears he said that his team had was they're going to find all the answers. Think of it. You're afraid we're going to find all the answers because nothing to strive for. I'm like, no, there'll never be all the answers answered because there's going to be so much possibilities. And this was an example I gave him. He was very happy about it. This one work could generate millions of screenplays, right? With the layers. And it's like this. We've been taught to feel one thing at a time, Sean, right? So it's like playing one note on a piano, Johnny one note. But what really we are able to do as a human instrument is feel many feelings.
That is a good nickname for Tom, Johnny One Note.
the same time. And if they're all benevolent, I call it layered thinking. If you have all these feelings that are positive at the same time, you create chords of feelings. And that makes the human dynamic possible to be unending on the experiences and uniqueness that would follow. If you're doing one piano hit, yeah, your songs are kind of limited. If you're doing chords and having multiple chords like 4D chess, there's no end. What's possible?
That's all you're talking about is one script, dude. You say you have like 15, 16 other scripts that you buried so that you could save your last son's life, and you put it in the ground with no metal bindings so nobody can metal detect for it or anything. Dude, just work on your scripts. What's stopping you? Oh, that's right. You need to go get attention on all these other channels, don't you? Me.
So I'm like, that's one of the things I wanted to bring forward too through the work, and treat audiences as intelligent, not like Spielberg does. Spielberg has like what Men in Black, where they're like going like this on the couch when they're coming and getting weapons, but dad's just dumb. It's like, no, people aren't that stupid. We're gonna get up and go, hey, what the hell are you doing in my house? Sorry, but no, you have weapons back there? I think that's ours. Let me call my attorney. You know, it's not gonna be like, just saying like, oh, they come in the house and go. Spielberg has a very bad view of the general public. The cabal really does. The 99% are considered expendable, as we know.
See, this is where he puts he inserts truth within all of this bullshit lies that he's been spewing this whole time. The Poltergeist series and what happened with that little girl on that set. They used real bodies on set, like mummified bodies. They actually used that in the water for some of the scenes. Like, that's really messed up. How did that pass all the checks? You have a giant crew, and somehow not one of them figured out that they're using actual dead bodies in the scene?
No. I want to change that around and show the value of humanity. And that's one of the things I tried to do through the original work, and I want that restored. In fact, Barbara Walters said that the cavern scene in Zion, which I had, she said that what she loved about the piece most, and the Wachowskis were no show at this interview because they were embarrassed to talk about the work, Joel Silver said, because they didn't understand it. So at that scene, Barbara Walters said the greatest thing she loved was the mix of humanity, that all were in harmony. He said, yes, that was intended in the work, and you see it in the work. So yeah, as far as, I know there's something I missed from your question that I wanted to hit so bad. The first part of your question again?
So the first one you're addressing is what they're afraid of, well, like more into like the thing in Neuralink, and then we can go and touch upon the Matrix because that'll be in depth.
Okay. So what are they afraid of that? Yes. Well, if I have control, here's a fun one for, I think, for your audience and you guys. I'm grateful for you guys. I feel the vibe already. It's amazing when I'm picking up the energy off of this, and I'm still struck by Shawn Michael. My God, it's like my son returned or something. It's just, because I'm doing this in honor of my sons, and I feel the energy of them present. And your name's Shawn Michael. I'm gonna bust in tears. This is huge for me. Huge.
Yeah, they're present, all right. They're probably shaking their heads at you, being like, "Dude, Dad, what are you doing?"
Hope is building. But with that Neuralink idea, my plan was to use it for a Nuremberg-style hearing where people that took my work, like Elon Musk, who's not right, he's not really an engineer, he's just a con man. He took Tesla from other guys that created it. Anyway, put them on the stands and convict them with their own memories. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, or whatever. Put them on the stand and convict you with a device that was given through me for my work, that was taken and given.
That'll never happen. That's such an invasion of privacy. Man, I feel like splitting this up into another show for later on. Like, we still got 2 hours left of this bullshit. Like, we only hit an hour into this interview of 3 hours. And we've been here for 4 hours. I don't know. I'm exhausted already. Like, I just want to make... let's say like episode 23, we'll continue this. Maybe we'll save it for after we do the script reading. But Sunday, 11 a.m. Central Time, next week. Let's see what day that is. The 19th. Fuck it. We'll read the script then. I usually do these shows and go through the entirety of these shows. Like, watch this and review it and everything. But, like, we got to split it up. We're already 4 hours in here. And, like, I got other stuff to do today. But, plan on that. On the 19th, we'll be back here. If not to continue this, definitely to read some of the script and start a new series on that. In fact... I'd be comfortable doing episode 23, finishing this, and then doing the script reading on a separate deep dive series. That's actually a really good idea, John. Thank you for bringing that one up. But, like, look, We covered so many lies in this 4 hour, and I want to make sure people will watch this. Like, I don't want this to be 7-8 hours and people just skim through it. Like, I want you guys to watch this. So, out of the respect of all of your time out there, we'll take a break for this show. This will be it for this episode. But let me get a few things written down here. Because I need to keep my place for this, and like this will be here next week. It's just like we'll just keep going on and on. But I need to really see and watch everything that he said about me here. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. So we're at 1 hour, 1 minute, 14 seconds into this interview. This interview's up on this guy's channel if you guys want to watch it, the rest of it for yourselves. We'll finish this up for episode 23. But we'll do a show with a different title, doing a deep dive on the Immortal script. We got permission from Tom in this interview today here. He said it's fine. And then the total runtime of this interview is 3 hours and 6 minutes, 36 seconds. And we're at 1 hour and 1 minute and 14 seconds. So, like, I'm not going to keep you guys here all day, all into the evening. Like, I could be here until midnight if I really pushed myself. But, bye-bye, Tom, for now. Thanks for the permission, right? I do everything on this channel with intention. I think things out and I make sure that we're being correct about things, right? No, I'm not sitting at Tom's house 2 years ago. I was not doing that. He blatantly lied about that. I'm actually blown away. Like, that was what this show was about, was seeing that stuff and addressing it and correcting the record. If he has a problem with that, it's too bad. You could come on here anytime, Tom. We can duke it out. Let's see what you're really made of, but you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it whatsoever. You have all channels open: phone, internet, email, Facebook. You have all these outlets to contact me on. I haven't blocked you on anything, man. This is you being childish. You called me childish. You're being childish, man. You can't sit down and talk with me about this. But the thing with liars is they don't want to sit down and talk with you about the lies they've said. Because that means they would have to say they're sorry. Again, I haven't called him a narcissist this whole episode, but this narcissist will not sit down and say he's sorry for overreacting the way he did back in October of 2024. And now here we are, 22 episodes into Let's Talk, which means 45 different interviews, or not different interviews, 22 interviews with 23 shows exposing Tom for who he really is. And that's a total of 45 shows. 50 hours of interviews with this guy before he pulled the plug. And now we're seeing his lies unravel. And I'm sure it's just bugging him. But dude, you brought this upon yourself. I was here to help you. And you decided to put me in the same basket as your estranged sister and Sophia Stewart. So go figure. You can have your long-haired Sean Michael Bond. That's his last name, Bond, right? Probably made jokes about 007. I don't care anymore, man. Like, this stuff is just so, like, beyond me. It's past. It's in the past, but this guy he name dropped me several times on this show that we're watching. We're in the process of watching it. We're only a third of the way in. We'll continue it on episode 23, which I don't know if I'll do that exactly next week at 11, but the new show covering the Immortal script, that'll definitely be at 11 Central Time next Sunday. And I hope all of you that are interested in this will be there and be having conversation with me here. And all of you that are watching this after the fact, like, please share your thoughts in the comments. Like the video, share the video to your friends. You saw earlier in this show, I showed all of my different view counts. This channel used to get 100,000 views per particular video. So I had another one, I think it went up to 60 or 70,000 for a different board meeting video. But like, this channel has a bunch of different content on it. Like, check it out. If like you're new here, like, just go into playlists and see what's here. But next week we'll do a new deep dive series in this time slot. So we won't have a Let's Talk in this time slot, but we will start going over all of the Immortal script page by page. We'll go in. We got permission from Tom. Thank you very much, Tom. I appreciate that. We got that on video, on audio. You said it's fine. So thank you. I appreciate it. So next week, everyone, be here. And also during the week, Tuesday and Thursday, I have deep dive series. Tuesday is Coral Castle. That's at 6 p.m. Central Time. Thursday is Bermuda Triangle deep dive. That's also at 6 p.m. Central Time. And I don't know. I'll put my feelers out to see how we should like split this up, because I do want to watch the rest of that show. If I have to do it on a different day, maybe that'll be good. But I do have an established audience here for Sundays. You guys know to show up at 11 and I'll be here. And my apologies for the beginning of this. I almost went a whole show without even looking at the stream. If I didn't do that, there wouldn't have been a YouTube version of this video. It would have only been on Rumble. So I'm just glad that I caught that. Because I think the one thing that tipped me off was all you regulars weren't here. So that was kind of surprising. So I'm glad. Lerny says, see you next week, Yissil. Have a good one. Thank you. Yeah, you have a good one as well. And Andreas says, see you next time, Steven, and everyone here. Take care. So that'll do it for today. Have a great rest of your week. And until the next one, class dismissed.
I'm not out to put anybody down. No one. I don't want to be drawn into so-and-so, and he's putting down so-and-so. No, I don't have time for that. People like myself, we're quick to forgive, we're quick to embrace. We'll be like somebody says, I'm sorry for, you got me. Let's celebrate. That's how we are. Instantly forgive. This has got to stop. This garbage of false glory has got to stop, and I'm tired of it. Let's stop being turned on each other. And let's stop. I'm not out to put anybody down. No one. I don't want to be drawn into so-and-so, and he's putting down so-and-so. No, I don't have time for that. And so I'm holding this up because I think it's kind of fun. I'm in danger of being ridiculed by an evil snowman.
Oh my
It's
God!
I mean,
It's
that
from the
hat,
Nephilim.
the hat is nowhere else except on Burl Eyes. Facial fur. That's what I'm dealing with. It's like,
They're
yeah,
part of the Nephilim clown bloodline.
it's incredible. It's like, yeah. I mean, that's a nobody player.
Pardon my French, but you're an asshole.
People like myself,
Asshole.
we're quick to forgive, we're quick to embrace. We'll be like somebody says, I'm sorry for, you got me. Let's celebrate. That's how we are. Instantly forgive. This garbage of false glory has got to stop, and I'm tired of it. Let's stop being turned on each other. And let's stop looking for ways to accuse each other of turning on each other. And let's start lifting each other. And we've got this. Those 14 other screenplays going on 15 that I have is for the new world order, new world that is our people.
Yeah.
So I am presenting my honorary Queen of the World for your courage,
Thank you.
brilliance, beauty, compassion, divine feminine, and never say no.
Thank you, baby.
There you are.
Remember when I was running for president as a socialist, and I'd go out there and I'd say socialism is the only thing that can save America.
Yeah, if I'm a fraud, bring it on. Let's do it. Come on, it'll be easy to debunk if I'm a fraud.
For me and the Lord, we got an understanding.
We're on a mission from God.